bullshit meter is. Is there a stag anywhere near? No. What that means is, oh no, but I gotta get here. So all I gotta do is go down and that way.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's bullshit, but alright.
Ugh.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to the Sanctuary, starlings. Oh my gosh. Hello. Good evening. I started later tonight cuz I'm just going to be reading tonight. I have my hair up in a new clip I got. And I'm wearing it just cuz it was hot today. But yeah, we are going to continue reading Dracula. Look at how pretty this book is. Like, damn. It's gorgeous. I love the sleeping Drac at the bottom and the and we finished chapter 6 last time. So we're starting chapter 7. This is kind of cool. It's got a boat in the corner. Like I said, each chapter they change it up. So, starting chapter 7. Darling. Gorgeous just like you. Daw, teddy bear. Making me blush. And teddy bear can appreciate how I look today. His face was so nice. I was like, it needs to be framed. So I got him some frames. Damn, okay, this one looks like it's gonna have a lot of, like, a letter. Because the letter goes till this page. It's 6 pages of a letter. I'm glad you're doing good, Zeno. Hopefully your health has been better. Alright, we're starting. Chapter 7. Hopefully y'all can hear me well. Chapter 7. Cutting from the Daily Graph, 8th of August, pasted in Mina Murray's journal. From a correspondent, Whitby. One of the greatest and suddenest storms on record has just been experienced here, with results both strange and unique. The weather had been somewhat sultry, but not to any degree uncommon in the month of August. Saturday evening was as fine as was ever known, and the great body of holiday-makers laid out yesterday for visits to Mulgrave Woods, Robin Hood's Bay, Rig Mill, Runswick, Staithes, and the various trips in the neighborhood of Whitby. The steamers Emma and Scarborough made trips up and down the coast, and there was an unusual amount of tripping, both to and from Whitby. The day was unusually fine till the afternoon, when some of the gossips who frequent the East Cliff churchyard, and from that commanding eminence watch the wide sweep of sea visible to the north and east, called attention to a sudden show of mares' tails high in the sky to the northwest. The wind was then blowing from the southwest in the mild degree which in barometrical language is ranked number 2, light breeze. The Coast Guard on duty at once made report, and one old fisherman, who for more than half a century has kept watch on weather signs from the East Cliff, foretold in an emphatic manner the coming of a sudden storm. The approach of sunset was so very beautiful, so grand in its masses of splendidly colored clouds, that there was quite an assemblage on the walk along the cliff in the old churchyard to enjoy the beauty. Before the sun dipped below the black mass of Kettleness, standing boldly athwart the western sky, its downward way was marked by myriad clouds of every sunset color, flame, purple, pink, green, violet, and all the tints of gold, with here and there masses not large, but of seemingly absolute blackness, in all sorts of shapes, as well outlined as colossal silhouettes. The experience was not lost on the painters, and doubtless some of the sketches of the prelude to the great storm will grace the R.A. and R.I. walls in May next. More than one captain made up his mind then and there that his cobble, or his mule, as they termed the different classes of boats, would remain in the harbor till the storm had passed. The wind fell away entirely during the evening, and at midnight there was a dead calm, a sultry heat, and that prevailing intensity which, on the approach of thunder, affects persons of a sensitive nature. There were but few lights in sight at sea, for even the coasting steamers, which usually hugged the shore so closely, kept well to seaward, and but few fishing boats were in sight. The only sail noticeable was a foreign schooner with all sails set, which was seemingly going westward. The foolhardiness or ignorance of her officers was a prolific theme for comment, while she remained in sight, and efforts were made to signal her to reduce sail in face of her danger. Before the night shut down, she was seen with sails idly flapping as she gently rolled on the undulating swell of the sea, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Shortly before 10 o'clock, the stillness of the air grew quite oppressive, and the silence was so marked that the bleating of a sheep inland or the barking of a dog in the town was distinctly heard, and the band on the pier, with its lively French air, was like a discord in the great harmony of nature's silence. A little after midnight came a strange sound from over the sea, and high overhead the air began to carry a strange, faint, hollow booming. Then, without warning, the tempest broke, with a rapidity which at the time seemed incredible, and even afterward is impossible to realize. The whole aspect of nature at once became convulsed. The waves rose in growing fury, each overtopping its fellow, till in a very few minutes the lately glassy sea was like a roaring and devouring monster. White-crested waves... Jesus. Could be fun at Outlast Whistleblower book. Zeno, if there is one, I would read the fuck out of that. I mean, we're technically reading a horror right now with Dracula. It's just a classic. So it's not super scary. Especially because we know what to expect, right? uh, the waves rose in growing fury, each overtopping its fellow, till in a very few minutes the lately glassy sea was like a roaring and devouring monster. White crested waves beat madly on the level sands and rushed up the shelving cliffs. Others broke over the piers, and with their spume swept the lanthorns of the lighthouses which rise from the end of either pier of Whitby Harbor. The wind roared like thunder and blew with such force that it was with difficulty that even strong men kept to their feet, or clung with grim clasp to the iron stanchions. It was found necessary to clear the entire piers from the mass of onlookers, or else the fatalities of the night would have been increased manifold. To add to the difficulties and dangers of the time, masses of sea fog came drifting inland, white, wet clouds, which swept by in ghostly fashion, so dank and damp and cold that it needed but little effort of imagination to think that the spirits of those lost at sea were touching their living brethren with their clammy hands of death. And many a one shuddered as the wreath of sea mist swept by. At times the mist cleared, and the sea for some distance could be seen in the glare of the which lightning, which now came thick and fast, followed by such sudden peals of thunder that the whole sky overhead seemed trembling under the shock of the footsteps of the storm. Some of the scenes thus revealed were of immeasurable grandeur and of absorbing interest. The sea, running mountains high, threw skyward with each wave mighty masses of white foam, which the tempest seemed to snatch at and whirl away into space. I don't know. It just is. There's nothing wrong with it. It has pineapple. Okay. Sorry. Sam Sam came in my room and was like, "Why is the pina colada sour?" Thank you, Chaos. This is the virgin pina colada. I see, but I'm a good boy, not drooling over what I want. What are you talking about? Are you talking about me or the pina colada, Eli? I mean, you can have both. Chaos saying bullshit killed me. Oh my god. Here, I actually hydrated. I just had the pina colada for flavor. You know, because I like the flavor, and also Eli will appreciate the pineapple in it later. I couldn't help myself. By the way, oh, for you streaming late, I'm not sorry. I well, in my head I was like, why would I stream early if I plan to just read a bedtime story to y'all anyways? You know? Like if I was playing Foolish Mortals, I probably would have started at like 7 or 8. But since I'm like, well, I'm reading you a bedtime story, I didn't want to start so early. Look at this cute hair clip I got the other day. It's got Sophie and Calcifer on it. I got the little bead stuck in it. Oops. Because not everyone PST. I know, and I'm sorry. I didn't think about that part. I was thinking like, well, I'm gonna use it to make myself sleepy. But if I start too early too, then my voice ends up like wrecked by the end of it. So that's the thing, Chaos. Not sorry for caps. Alright. I try to, but sometimes I'm like, well, I'm gonna read this to make myself sleepy too, and I don't wanna. If I stream for too long, I will wreck my voice. And I do gotta work on my audiobook. Alright. Where was I? Good night, Dork. Good night, Chaos. Love you. Fine, next time I will start earlier, but then I'll end earlier too. Probably gonna end at like 10 instead of, when I would like 12 or 1, which is what I'm gonna stop at tonight, probably. Where where did I stop? Fucking Sam, go to sleep, darling. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. It's only 9 o'clock here. I won't go to bed till like 1 a.m. Some of the scenes thus revealed were of immeasurable grandeur and of absorbing interest. The sea, running mountains high, threw skyward with each wave mighty masses of white foam, with the tempest seeming to snatch and whirl away into space. Here and there a fishing boat, with a rag of sail, running madly for shelter before the blast, now and again with the white wings of a steam-tossed seabird. Of a storm-tossed seabird. Oh, right. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Zeno, you're dealing with almost the same time zone as Chaos. Yeah, you guys are both on the same time zone. Also, thank you for shouting out Zeno. On the summit of the east cliff, the new searchlight was ready for experiment, but had not yet been tried. The officers in charge of it got it into working order, and in the pause of the inrushing mist swept with its surface of the sea. Once or twice its service was most effective, as when a fishing boat with gunwale underwater rushed into the harbor, able, by the guidance of the sheltering light, to avoid the danger of dashing against the piers. As each boat achieved the safety of the port, there was a shout of joy from the mass of people on shore, a shout which, for a moment, seemed to cleave the gale and was then swept away in its rush. Before long, the searchlight discovered some distance away a schooner with all sails set, apparently the same vessel which had been noticed earlier in the evening. The wind had by this time backed to the east, and there was a shudder amongst the watchers on the cliffs, as they realized the terrible danger in which she now was. Between her and the port lay a great flat reef on which so many good ships have from time to time suffered, and with the wind blowing from its present square, it was quite impossible that she should fetch the entrance of the harbor. It was now nearly the hour of high tide, but the waves were so great that in their troughs the shallow of the shore was almost visible, and the schooner, with all sails set, was rushing with such speed that, in the words of one old salt, she must fetch up somewhere if it was only in hell. If it was only in hell. Then came another rush of sea fog, greater than any hitherto, a mass of dank mist, which seemed to close on all things like a grey pall, and left available men to only the organ of hearing. For the roar of the tempest, and the crush of the thunder, and the booming of the mighty billows came through the damp oblivion even louder than before. The rays of the searchlight were kept fixed on the harbor mouth across the east pier, where the shock was expected, and men waited breathless. The wind suddenly shifted to the northeast, and the remnant of the sea fog melted in the blast, and then, mirabile dictu, between the piers, leaping from wave to wave as it rushed at headlong speed, swept the strange schooner before the blast, with all sail set, and gained the safety of the harbor. The searchlight followed her, and a shudder ran through all who saw her, for, lashed to the helm was a the searchlight followed her, and a shudder ran through all who saw her. For lashed to the helm was a corpse, with drooping head, which swung horribly to and fro at each motion of the ship. No other form could be seen on deck at all. A great awe came on all as they realized that the ship, as if by miracle, had found the harbor unsteered, save by the hand of a dead man. However, all took place more quickly than it takes to write these words. The schooner paused not, but rushing across the harbor, pitched herself on that accumulation of sand and gravel, washed by many tides and many storms into the southeast corner of the pier jutting under the east cliff, known locally as Tate Hill Pier. There was, of course, a considerable concussion as the vessel drove up on the sand heap. Every spar, rope, and stay was strained, and some of the top hammer came crashing down. But strangest of all, the very instant the shore was touched, an immense dog sprang up on deck from below, as if shot up by the concussion, and running forward, jumped from the bow on the sand, making straight for the steep cliff where the churchyard hangs over the laneway to the east pier so steeply that some of the flat tombstones, thrusteens or through stones, as they call them in Whitby vernacular, actually project over where the sustaining cliff had fallen away. It disappeared in the darkness, which seemed intensified just beyond the focus of the searchlight. Bon nuit. Good night, Zeno. Get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Uh, it disappeared in the darkness, which seemed intensified just beyond the focus of the searchlight. It so happened that there was no one at the moment on Tate Hill Pier, as all those whose houses are in close proximity were either in bed or were out on the heights above. Thus, the Coast Guard on duty on the eastern side of the harbor, who at once ran down to the little pier, was the first to climb on board. The men working the searchlight, after scouring the entrance of the harbor without seeing anything, then turned the light on the derelict and kept it there. The Coast Guard ran aft, and when he came beside the wheel, bent over to examine it, and recoiled at once as though under some sudden emotion. This seemed to pique general curiosity, and quite a number of people began to run. It is a good way around the west cliff by the drawbridge to Tate Hill Peter, but your correspondent is a fairly good runner and came well ahead of the crowd. When I arrived, however, I found already assembled on the pier a crowd, whom the Coast Guard and police refused to allow to come on board. By the courtesy of the chief boatman, I was, as your correspondent, permitted to climb on deck, and was one of the small group who saw the dead seaman whilst actually lashed to the wheel. It was no wonder that the Coast Guard was surprised, or even awed, for not often can such a sight have been seen. The man was simply fastened by his hands, tied one over the other to a spoke of the wheel. Between the inner hand and the wood was a crucifix, the set of beads on which it was fastened being around both wrist and wheel, and all kept fast by the binding cords. The poor fellow may have been seated at one time, but the flapping and buffeting of the sails had worked through the rudder of the wheel and dragged him to and fro, so that the cords with which he was tied had cut the flesh to the bone. Accurate note was made of the state of things, and a doctor, Surgeon J. M. Coffin, of 33 East Elliot Place, who came immediately after me, declared, after making examination, that the man must have been dead for quite 2 days. In his pocket was a bottle, carefully corked, empty save for a little roll of paper, which proved to be the addendum to the log. The Coast Guard said the man must have tied up his own hands, fastening the knots with his teeth. Sure he did. The fact that a Coast Guard was the first on board may save some complications later on in the Admiralty of Court. For in the Admiralty Court, for Coast Guards cannot claim the salvage, which is the right of the first civilian entering on a derelict. Already, however, the legal tongues are wagging, and one young law student is loudly asserting that the rights of the owner are already completely sacrificed, his property being held in a contravention of the statutes of mortmain, since the tiller, as emblemship, if not proof of delegated possessions, is held in a dead hand. It is needless to say that the dead steersman has been reverently removed from the place where he held his honorable watch and ward till death, a steadfastness as noble as that of the young Casabianca, and placed in the mortuary to await inquest. Already the sudden storm is passing and its fierceness is abating. Crowds are scattering homeward, and the sky is beginning to redden over the Yorkshire wolds. I shall send, in time for your next issue, further details of the derelict ship which found her way so miraculously into harbor in the storm. Aw, thank you, Zeno. I will hydrate. It's 9:30. I'm gonna try to finish my pina colada. I'm getting the foam on me. Also, Eli, I don't know if you ever told me what you were drooling over, the pina colada or me. Not that you couldn't have both. Mm, it's yummy. I finished it. There's a Silcoon in chat. 9th of August. The sequel to the strange arrival of the derelict in the storm last night is almost more startling than the thing itself. It turns out that the schooner is a Russian from you, my Britain, but I do need to restrain my greed for it's unhealthy for both of us. That's not true. I think it could be very healthy for us. I'll just have to share it with you later. It turns out that the schooner is a Russian from Varna and is called the Demeter. She is almost entirely in ballast of silver sand, with only a small amount of cargo, a number of great wooden boxes filled with mold. This cargo was consigned to a Whitby solicitor, Mr. S. F. Billington of 7, the Crescent, who this morning went aboard and formally took possession of the goods consigned to him. The Russian consul, too, acting for the charter party, took formal possession of the ship and paid all harbor dues, etc. Nothing is talked about here today except the strange coincidence. The officials of the Board of Trade have been most exacting in seeing that every compliance has been made with existing regulations. As the matter is to be a 9 days wonder, they are evidently determined that there shall be no cause of after complaint. A good deal of interest was abroad concerning the dog which landed when the ship struck, and more than a few of the members of the SPCA, which is very strong in Whitby, have tried to befriend the animal. To the general disappointment, however, it was not to be found. It seems to have disappeared entirely from the town. It may be that it was frightened and made its way onto the moors, where it is still hiding in terror. There are some who look with dread on such a possibility, lest later on it should in itself become a danger, for it is evidently a fierce brute. Early this morning, a large dog, a half-bred mastiff belonging to a coal merchant close to Tate Hill Pier, was found dead in the roadway opposite to its master's yard. It had been fighting, and manifestly had had a savage opponent, for its throat was torn away and its belly was slit open as if with a savage claw. Later, by the kindness of the Board of Trade Inspector, I have been permitted to look over the log book of the Demeter, which was in order up to within 3 days, but contained nothing of special interest except as to the facts of missing men. The greatest interest, however, is with regard to the paper found in the bottle, which was today produced at the inquest. And a more strange narrative than the two between them unfold it has not been my lot to come across. As there is no motive for concealment, I am permitted to use them, and accordingly send you a rescript, simply omitting technical details of seamanship and supercargo. It almost seems as though the captain had been seized with some kind of mania before he had got well into blue water, and that this had developed persistently throughout the voyage. Of course, my statement must be taken cum grano, since I am writing from the dictation of a clerk of the Russian consul, who kindly translated for me, time being short. Damn, this is a really pretty picture. Don't confuse my greed for lust. I'm very hoarding, almost like a dragon, more like a pack rat. Again, I don't see the issue. I don't think I see an issue. Log of the Demeter, Varna to Whitby. Written 18 of July. Things so strange happening that I shall keep accurate note henceforth till we land. On 6th of July, we finished taking a cargo, silver sand and boxes of earth. At noon set sail. East wind fresh. Crew 5 hands. 2 mates, a cook, and myself, the captain. On 11th of July, at dawn, entered Bosphorus, boarded by Turkish custom officers. Bakshish, all correct, underway at 4 p.m. On 12th of July, through Dardanelles, more customs officers and flagboat of guarding squadron. Bakshish again, work of officers thorough but quick. Want us off soon at Dark Pass in Archipelago. On 13th of July, past Cape Matapan. Crew dissatisfied about something. Seemed scared but would not speak out. On 14th of July, was somewhat anxious about crew. Men all steady fellows who sailed with me before. Mate could not make out what was wrong. They only told him there was something, and crossed themselves. The crossing of themselves again. Mate lost temper with one of them that day and struck him. Expected fierce quarrel, but all was quiet. On 16th of July, Mate reported in the morning that one of crew, Petrovsky, was missing. Could not account for it. Took took larboard, watched 8 bells last night, was relieved by Abramoff, but did not go to bunk. Men more downcast than ever. All said they expected something of the kind, but would not say more than there was something aboard. Mate getting very impatient with them, feared some trouble ahead. On 17 July, yesterday, one of the men, Olgaren, came to my cabin and in an awestruck way confided to me that he thought there was a strange man aboard the ship. He said that in his watch he had been sheltering behind the deck house as there was a rainstorm, when he saw a tall, thin man, who was not like any of the crew, come up the companionway and go along the deck forward and disappear. He followed cautiously, but when he got to the bows, found no one, and the hatchways were all closed. He was in panic of superstitious fear, and I am afraid that panic may spread. To allay it, I shall today search entire ship carefully from stern to stern. Later in the day I got together with the whole crew, and told them, as they evidently thought there was someone in the ship, we would search from stern to stern. First mate angry, said it was folly, and to yield to such foolish ideas would demoralize the men. Said he would engage to keep them out of trouble with a handspike. I let him take the helm, while the rest began thorough search. All keeping abreast with lanterns, we left no corner unsearched, as there were only the big wooden boxes. There were no odd corners where a man could hide. Men much relieved when search over, and went back to work cheerfully. First mate scowled, but said nothing. 2nd of July. Rough weather. 22nd of July. Rough weather last 3 days, and all hands busy with sails. No time to be frightened. Men seem to have forgotten their dread. Mate cheerful again, and all on good terms. All on good terms. Praised men for work in bad weather. Past Gibraltar and out through the Straits. All well. 24th of July. There seems some doom over this ship. Already a hand short and entering on the Bay of Biscay with wild weather ahead. And yet, last night, another man lost. Disappeared. Like the first, he came off his watch and was not seen again. Men, all in a panic of fear, sent a round robin asking to have double watch as they fear to be alone. Mate angry, fear there will be some trouble, as either he or the men will do some violence. 28th of July. 4 days in hell. Knocking about in a sort of maelstrom, and the wind a tempest. No sleep for anyone. Men all worn out. Hardly know how to set a watch, since no one fit to go on. Second mate volunteered to steer and watch, and let men snatch a few hours' sleep. Wind abating, sea still terrific, but feel them less, as ship is steadier. 29th of July. Another tragedy. Had single watch tonight, as crew too tired to double. When morning watch came on, deck could find no one except steersman. Raised outcry, and all came on deck. Thorough search, but no one found. Are now without second mate and crew in a panic. Mate and I agreed to go armed henceforth and wait for any sign of cause. 30th of July. Last night. Rejoice, we are nearing England. Weather fine. All sail set. Retired, worn out. Slept soundly. Awakened by mate telling me that both man of watch and steersman missing. Only self and mate and 2 hands left to work ship. 1st of August. 2 days of fog and not a sail sighted. Had hoped when in the English Channel to be able to signal for help or get in somewhere. Not having power to work sails, have to run before wind. Dare not lower, as could not raise them again. We seem to be drifting to some terrible doom. Mate now more demoralized than either of men. His stronger nature seems to have been worked inwardly against himself. Men are beyond fear, working stolidly and patiently with minds made up to worst. They are Russian, he Romanian. 2nd August, midnight. Woke up from few minutes' sleep by hearing a cry, seemingly outside my port. Could see nothing in fog. Rushed on deck and ran against mate. Tells me heard cry and ran, but no sign of man on watch. One more gone. Lord help us. Mate says we must be past Straits of Dover, as in a moment of fog lifting he saw North Foreland, just as he heard the man cry out. If so, we are now off in the North Sea, and only God can guide us in the fog. which seems to move with us, and God seems to have deserted us. 3rd of August. At midnight, I went to relieve the man at the wheel, and when I got to it, found no one there. The wind was steady, and as we ran before it, there was no yawing. I dared not leave it, so shouted for the mate. After a few seconds, he rushed up on deck in his flannels. He looked wild-eyed and haggard, and I greatly fear his reason has given way. He came close to me and whispered hoarsely, with his mouth to my ear, as though fearing the very air might hear. "It is here, I know it. Now, it is here, I know it now. On the watch last night I saw it, like a man, tall and thin and ghastly pale. It was in the bows and looking out. I crept behind it. I crept behind it and gave it my knife, but the knife went through it, empty as the air." And as he spoke, he took his knife and drove it savagely into space. Then he went on, "But it is here, and I'll find it. It is in the hold, perhaps in one of those boxes. I'll unscrew them one by one and see. You work the helm." And with a warning look and his finger on his lip, he went below. There was springing up a choppy wind, and I could not leave the helm. I saw him come out on deck again with a tool chest and a lantern, and go down the forward hatchway. He is mad, stark raving mad, and it is no use my trying to stop him. He can't hurt those big boxes. They are invoiced as clay, and to pull them about is as harmless a thing as he can do. So here I stay, and mind the helm, and write these notes. I can only trust in God and wait till the fog clears. Then, if I can't steer to any harbor with the wind that it is, I shall cut down sails and lie by and signal for help. It is nearly all over now, just as I was beginning to hope that the mate would come out calmer, for I heard him knocking away at something in the hold, and work is good for him. There came up the hatchway a sudden, startled scream, which made my blood run cold, and up on the deck he came as if shot from a gun, a raging madman, with his eyes rolling and his face convulsed with fear. Save me, he cried, and then looked around on the blanket of fog. His horror turned to despair, and in a steady voice he said, "You had better come too, Captain, before it is too late. He is there. I know the secret now. The sea will save me from him, and it is all that is left." Before I could say a word or move forward to seize him, he sprang on the bulwark and deliberately threw himself into the sea. I suppose I know the secret too now. It was this madman who had got rid of the men one by one, and now he has followed them himself. God help me. How am I to account for all these horrors when I get to port? When I get to port, will that ever be? 4th of August. Still fog, which the sunrise cannot pierce. I know there is sunrise because I am a sailor. Why else I know not. I dared not go below. I dared not leave the helm, so here all night I stayed, and in the dimness of the night I saw it. Him. God forgive me, but the mate was right to jump overboard. It was better to die like a man. To die like a sailor in blue water no man can object. But I am captain, and I must not leave my ship. But I shall baffle this fiend or monster, for I shall tie my hands to the wheel when my strength begins to fail, and along with them I shall tie that which it, dare not touch, and then come good wind or foul, I shall save my soul and my honor as a captain. I am growing weaker, and the night is coming on. If he can look me in the face again, I may not have time to act. If we are wrecked, mayhap this bottle may be found, and those who find it may understand. If not, well, then, all men shall know that I have been true to my trust. God and the Blessed Virgin and the saints help a poor ignorant soul trying to do his duty. Of course, the verdict was an open one. There is no evidence to adduce, and whether or not the man himself committed the murders there is now none to say. The folk here hold almost universally that the captain is simply a hero, and he is to be given a public funeral. Already it is arranged that his body is to be taken with a train and boats up to Esk for a piece, and then brought back to Tate Hill Pier and up the Abbey steps, for he is to be buried in the churchyard on the cliff. The owners of more than 100 boats have already given in their names as wishing to follow him to the grave. No trace has ever been found of the great dog, at which there is much mourning for. With public opinion in its present state, he would, I believe, be adopted by the town. Tomorrow will see the funeral, and so will end this one more mystery of the sea. Mina Murray's Journal, 8th of August. Lucy was very restless all night, and I too could not sleep. The storm was fearful, and as it boomed loudly among the chimney pots, it made me shudder. When a sharp puff came, it seemed to be like a distant gun. Strangely enough, Lucy did not wake, but she got up twice and dressed herself. Fortunately, each time I awoke in time and managed to undress her without waking her, and got her back to bed. Damn. Talented. Undressed her without waking her, and got her back to bed. It is a very strange thing, this sleepwalking, for as soon as her will is thwarted in any physical way, her intention, if there be any, disappears, and she yields herself almost exactly to the routine of her life. Early in the morning, we both got up and went down to the harbor to see if anything had happened in the night. There were very few people about, and though the sun was bright and the air clear and fresh, the big, grim-looking waves, that seemed dark themselves because the that topped them was like snow, forced themselves in through the narrow mouth of the harbor, like a bullying man going through a crowd. Somehow I felt glad that Jonathan was not at the sea last night, but on land. But oh, is he on land or sea? Where is he and how? I am getting fearfully anxious about him. If I only knew what to do and could do anything. 10th of August. The funeral of the poor sea captain today was most touching. Every boat in the harbor seemed to be there, and the coffin was carried by captains all the way from Tate Hill Pier up to the churchyard. Lucy came with me, and we went early to our old seat, whilst the cortege of boats went up the river to the viaduct and came down again. We had a lovely view and saw the procession nearly all the way. The poor fellow was laid to rest quite near our seat, so that we stood on it when the time came and saw everything. Poor Lucy seemed much upset. She was restless and uneasy all the time, and I cannot but think that her dreaming at night is telling on her. She is quite odd in one thing. She will not admit to me that there is any cause for restlessness, or if there be, she does not understand it herself. There is an additional cause in that poor old Miss Swales was found dead this morning on our seat, his neck being broken. He had evidently, as the doctor said, fallen back in the seat in some sort of fright, for there was a look of fear and horror on his face that the men said made them shudder. Poor dear old man. Perhaps he had seen death with his dying eyes. Lucy is so sweet and sensitive that she feels influences more acutely than other people do. Just now she was quite upset by a little thing which I did not much heed, though am myself very fond of animals. One of the men who came up here often to look at the boats was followed by his dog. The dog is always with him. They are both quiet persons, and I never saw the man angry, nor heard the dog bark. During the service, the dog would not come to its master, who was on the seat with us, but kept a few yards off, barking and howling. Its master spoke to it gently, and then harshly, and then angrily, but it would neither come nor cease to make noise. It was in a sort of fury, with its eyes savage, and all its hairs bristling out like a cat's tail when puss is on the warpath. Finally, the man too got angry and jumped down and kicked the dog, and then took it by the scruff of the neck and half dragged and half threw it on the tombstone on which the seat is fixed. The moment it touched the stone, the poor thing became quiet and fell all into a tremble. It did not try to get away, but crouched down, quivering and cowering, and was in such a pitiable state of terror that I tried, though without effect, to comfort it. Lucy was full of pity too, but she did not attempt to touch the dog, but looked at it in an agonized sort of way. I greatly fear that she is of too supersensitive a nature to go through the world without trouble. She will be dreaming of this tonight, I am sure. The whole agglomeration of things. The ship steered into port by a dead man, his attitude, tied to the wheel with a crucifix and beads. The touching funeral, the dog, now furious and now in terror, will all afford material for her dreams. I think it will be best for her to go to bed tired out physically, so I shall take her for a long walk by the cliffs to Robin Hood's Bay and back. She ought not to have much inclinations for sleepwalking then. Ooh, nice catch with the dust ox, Eli. Alright. Chapter 8. Mina Moray's Journal. Same day, 11 o'clock p.m. Oh, but I am tired. If it were not that I had made my diary a duty, I should not open it tonight. We had a lovely walk. Lucy, after a while, was in gay spirits, owing, I think, to some dear cows who came nosing toward us in a field close to the lighthouse, and frightened the wits out of us. I believe we forgot everything except, of course, personal fear, and it seemed to wipe the slate clean and give us a fresh start. We had a capital severe tea at Robin's Hood Bay in a sweet little old fashioned inn, and with a bow window right over the seaweed covered rocks of the strand. I believe we should have shocked the new woman with our appetites. Men are more tolerant, bless them. Then we walked home with some, or rather many, stoppages to rest, and with our hearts full of a constant dread of wild bulls. Lucy was really tired, and we intended to creep off to bed as soon as we could. The young curate came in, however, and Westenra asked him to stay for supper. Lucy and I had both a fight for it with the dusty miller. I know it was a hard fight on my part, and I am quite heroic. I think that some day the bishops must get together and see about bringing up a new class of curates, who don't take supper, no matter how they may be pressed to, and who will know when girls are tired. Lucy is asleep and breathing softly. She has more color in her cheeks. Oh, I forgot to show you guys the picture of the new chapter. Look, there's a little bat. She has she has more color in her cheeks than usual and looks She has more color in her cheeks than usual and looks oh so sweet. If Mr. Homewood fell in love with her, seeing her only in the drawing room, I wonder what he would say if he saw her now. Some of the new woman writers will someday start an idea that men and women should be allowed to see each other asleep before proposing or accepting. But I suppose the new woman won't condescend in future to accept. She will do the proposing herself. And a nice job she will make of it, too. There's some consolation in that. I am so happy tonight because dear Lucy seems better. I really believe she has turned the corner and that we are over her troubles with dreaming. I should be quite happy if only I knew of Jonathan. God bless him and keep him. God bless him and keep him. 11th of August, 3 a.m. Diary again. No sleep now, so I may as well write. I'm too agitated to sleep. We have had such an such an agonizing experience. I fell asleep as soon as I had closed my diary. Suddenly, I became broad awake and sat up with a horrible sense of fear upon me, and of some feeling of emptiness around me. The room was dark, so I could not see Lucy's bed. I stole across and felt for her. The bed was empty. I lit a match and found that she was not in the room. The door was shut, but not locked as I had left it. I feared to wake her mother, who has been more than usually ill lately, so threw on some clothes and got ready to look for her. As I was leaving the room, it struck me that the clothes she wore might give me some clue to her dreaming intention. Dressing gown would mean house, dress outside. Dressing gown and dress were both in their places. Thank God, I said to myself. She cannot be far, as she is in only her nightdress. I ran downstairs and looked in the sitting room. Not there. Then I looked in all the other open rooms of the house, with an ever-growing fear chilling my heart. Finally, I came to the hall door and found it open. It was not wide open, but the catch of the lock had not caught. The people of the house had the people of the house are careful to lock the door every night, so I feared that Lucy must have gone out as she was. There was no time to think of what might happen. What There was no time to think of what might happen. A vague, overmastering fear obscured all details. I took a big, heavy shawl and ran out. The clock was striking 1 as I was in the crescent, and there was not a soul in sight. I ran along the north terrace, but could see no sign of the white figure which I expected. At the edge of the west cliff, above the pier, I looked across the harbor to the east cliff in the hope or fear, I don't know which, of seeing Lucy in our favorite seat. There was a bright full moon with heavy black driving clouds, which threw the whole scene into a fleeting diorama of light and shade as they sailed across. For a moment or two I could see nothing, as the shadow of a cloud obscured St. Mary's Church and all around it. Then, as the cloud passed, I could see the ruins of the abbey coming into view, and as the edge of a narrow band of light as sharp as a sword cut as sharp as a sword cut moved along, the church and the churchyard became gradually visible. Whatever my expectation was, it was not disappointed, for there, on our favorite seat, the silver light of the moon struck. A half-reclining figure, snowy white. The coming of the cloud was too quick for me to see much, for the shadow shut down on light almost immediately. But it seemed to me as though something dark stood behind the seat where the white figure shone and bent over it. What it was, whether man or beast, I could not tell. I did not wait to catch another glance, but flew down the steep steps to the pier and along by the fish market to the bridge, which was the only way to reach the east cliff. The town seemed dead. The town seemed dead, for not a soul did I see. I rejoiced that it was so, for I wanted no witness of poor Lucy's condition. The time and distance seemed endless, and my knees trembled and my breath came labored as I toiled up the endless steps to the abbey. I must have gone fast, and yet it seemed to me as if my feet were weighted with lead, and as though every joint in my body were rusty. When I got almost to the top, I could see the seat and the white figure, for I was now close enough to distinguish it even through the spells of shadows. There was undoubtedly something, long and black, bending over the half-reclining white figure. I called in fright, "Lucy! Lucy!" and something raised a head, and from where I was I could see a white face and red, gleaming eyes. Lucy did not answer, and I ran on to the entrance of the churchyard. As I entered, the church was between me and the seat, and for a minute or so I lost sight of her. When I came in view again, the cloud had passed, and the moonlight struck so brilliantly that I could see Lucy half reclining with her head lying over the back of the seat. She was quite alone, and there was no sign of any living thing about. When I bent over her, I could see that she was still asleep. Her lips were parted, and she was breathing, not softly as usual with her, but in long, heavy gasps, as though striving to get her lungs full at every breath. As I came close, she put up her hand in her sleep and pulled the collar of her nightdress close around her throat. While she did so, there came a little shudder through her, as though she felt the cold. I flung the warm shawl over her and drew the edges tight around her neck, for I dreaded lest she should come for I dreaded lest she should get some deadly chill from the night air, unclad as she was. I feared to wake her all at once, so, in order to have my hands free that I might help her, I fastened the shawl at her throat with a big safety pin, but I must have been clumsy in my anxiety and pinched or pricked her with it, for, by and by, when her breathing became quieter, she put her hand to her throat again and moaned. When I had her carefully wrapped up, I put my shoes on her feet and then began very gently to wake her. At first she did not respond, but gradually she became more and more uneasy in her sleep, moaning and sighing occasionally. At last, as time was passing fast, and for many other reasons, I wished to get her home at once. I shook her more forcibly, till finally she opened her eyes and awoke. She did not seem surprised to see me, as of course she did not realize all at once where she was. Lucy always wakes prettily, and even at such a time, when her body must have been chilled with cold, and her mind somewhat appalled at waking unclad in a churchyard at night, she did not lose her grace. She trembled a little and clung to me. When I told her to come at once with me home, she rose without a word. Jesus. Oops. Alright, it's 10, so I gotta take my medication. Hold on. It's Sunday, right? Yeah. Before I continue, let me show you the picture. Like, damn. Already what? Hydrate? Well, starlings hydrate. Everyone take a drink. You heard Teddy Bear. And I will take one as well. And a stretch? Okay. Look, he was starting to get a headache, so time to pull it out. I'll stretch. Give me a second. I don't want to lose the spot. Okay. That's better. Oh, it's already 10 and I'm still running on two separate hours of sleep. I know, naughty boy. Hence why I'm reading you a bedtime story, Teddy Bear. So you'll fall asleep. But yeah, we got Lucy and the figure, which we already know, but you know. But you gotta wonder who it could be. There's a Scraggy in chat. She trembled a little and clung to me when I told her to come at once with me home. She rose without a word, and with the obedience of a child. As we passed along, the gravel hurt my feet, and Lucy noticed me wince. She stopped and wanted to insist upon taking my shoes, but I would not. Upon my taking my shoes, but I would not. However, when we got to the However, when we got to the pathway outside the churchyard, where there was a puddle of water remaining from the storm, I daubed my feet with mud, using each foot in turn on the other, so that as we went home, no one, in case we should meet anyone, should notice my bare feet. Fortune favored us, and as we got home without meeting a soul. Once we saw a man who seemed not quite sober passing along a street in front of us, but we hid in a door till he disappeared. Up an opening such as there are here, steep little closes as winds, as they call them in Scotland. My heart beat so loud all the time that sometimes I thought I should faint. I was filled with anxiety about Lucy, not only for her health, lest she should suffer from exposure, but for her reputation in case the story should get wind. Because remember, she's like, I guess she's basically wearing a slip, right? Like just her underwear, like her underdress, and she's not. She's supposed to be getting married soon. That would be a scandal. Sorry, I'm like, because my phone was going off. I'm like, let me remove that. Let me turn off the notifications for now. Now that I've taken all my meds, I don't need to worry about some of those till after this. um when we got in and had washed our feet and had said a prayer of thankfulness together, I tucked her into bed. Before falling asleep, she asked, even implored me not to say a word to anyone, even her mother, about her sleepwalking adventure. I hesitated at first to promise, but on thinking of the state of her mother's health and how the knowledge of such a thing would fret her, and thinking too of how much a story might become distorted, nay, infallibly would, in case it should leak out, I thought it wiser to do so. I hope I did right. I have locked the door, and the key is tied to my wrist, so perhaps I shall not be again disturbed. Lucy is sleeping soundly. The reflex of the dawn is high and far over the sea. Same day, noon. All goes well. Lucy slept. Lucy slept till I woke her, and seemed not to have even changed her side. The adventure of the night does not seem to have harmed her. On the contrary, it has benefited her, for she looks better this morning than she has done for weeks. I was sorry to notice that my clumsiness with the safety pin hurt her. Indeed, it might have been serious, for the skin of her throat was pierced. I must have pinched up a piece of loose skin and have transfixed it, for there are two little red points like pinpricks on the band of her nightdress. For there are two little points of pinpricks, and on the band of her nightdress was a drop of blood. When I apologized and was concerned about it, she laughed and petted me and said she did not even feel it. Fortunately, it cannot leave a scar as it is so tiny. And then we get a picture of Lucy's neck. Bum, bum, bum. I'm a child, I know. Alright. Same day, night. We passed a happy day. The air was clear and the sun bright, and there was a cool breeze. We took our lunch to Mulgrave Woods. Mrs. Westenra, Miss Westenra, driving by the road, and Lucy and I walking by the cliff path and joining her at the gate. I felt a little sad myself, for I could not but feel how absolutely happy it would have been had Jonathan been with me. But there, I must only be patient. In the evening we strolled in the casino terrace and heard some good music by Spohr and Mackenzie, and I went to bed early. Lucy seems more restful than she has been for some time, and fell asleep at once. I shall lock the door and secure the key, the same as before, though I do not expect any trouble tonight. 12th of August. My expectations were wrong, for twice during the night I was awakened by Lucy trying to get out. She seemed, even in her sleep, to be a little impatient at finding the door shut, and went back to bed under a sort of protest. Oops, there goes the ad break. Okay. We will pause there. Since it's 10, I'm gonna go and like brush my teeth. I might be a minute because I usually around this time me and my family like do our like nightly prayer, so we'll see. I'll see if they're like ready for it or if they're like, nah, it'll be like another hour if they're gonna be awake or whatever. So I'll be back. Get your snacks, get cozy. I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, what happened? Was it a bot or was it just someone uh being inappropriate? Also, thank you for shouting out darling teddy bear. A bot? Okay. This cozy streamer crochets and games, creating a chill vibe. They're all about saving princesses and creating chaos, sometimes simultaneously. Expect a mix of Hello Kitty, Zelda, and maybe some character deaths. It's a cozy, chaotic time. I love it. I love the things that Frosty Tools comes up with. It's great. I've been here just lurking. I get it. I hope you're enjoying the story. um. Okay. 12th of August. There's a Cleffa in chat. 12th of August. My expectations were wrong, for twice during the night I was awakened by Lucy trying to get out. She seemed, even in her sleep, to be a little impatient of finding the door shut, and went back to bed under a sort of protest. I woke with the dawn and heard the birds chirping outside of the window. Oh, oh, my child. Here, Shadow. Are you okay there? I kind of forgot I had this plate in here. What else did you drop? Hold on. Oh. Okay. There we go. You okay, baby? Come on, give me your face. You have an eye booger that I want to get for you. Please let me get it, baby. Did I get it? Oh, I did get it. Okay. Good boy. Our son's here, and he's ready to listen to the bedtime story. You missed a little bit of the Dracula. It's okay. Get comfy. All right. Ooh, nice catch. Both my spouses got it. Shadow, there is nothing on the empty plate. Fine. Fine. I will get rid of the empty plate. Jesus. Like, I didn't really have anything on this morning. I just was using it to bring a yogurt in here, so. I don't know what you're trying to do, baby. You're so silly. I'll be right back. Are you gonna follow me now? Baby, are you coming in the room? Good boy. You gonna come listen to the story with Mama? There is a good boy. Okay, get comfy, baby. I thought you came for a story. Where are you gonna go, Bubba's? I don't wanna. It's hard to move. A child used by and child left. Yeah, he followed me. Our child is adorable. Now, if only. Okay. I like sometimes I need him to move because I'm afraid to move my chair. if he's like behind me in a spot where I'm like, I can't see you. Baby. Oh my gosh, he's poking at one of my dresses that fell. Leave it alone. You know better than to play with my dresses. Alright. Oop. I'm gonna move this to the floor then, if you're gonna be up here. Baby, you took a screenshot? Oh my god. Alright, sit your little booty down. Huh? Oh, thank you, puppy. What? Suddenly he doesn't want to kiss? Little punk. It's like if you're gonna get on my desk, you're gonna get a kiss, mister. Alright. Alright. I guess he went to go follow to see what Dad was doing. I awoke with the dawn and heard the birds chirping outside of the window. Lucy woke too, and I was glad to see was even better than on the previous morning. All her old gaiety of manner seemed to have come back, and she came and snuggled in beside me and told me all about Arthur. I told her how anxious I was about Jonathan, and then she tried to comfort me. Well, she succeeded somewhat, for though sympathy can alter facts, it can help to make them more bearable. 13th of August. Another quiet day, and to bed with the key on my wrist as before. Again, I awoke in the night and found Lucy sitting up in bed, still asleep, pointing to the window. I got up quietly and, pulling aside the blind, looked out. It was brilliant moonlight, and the soft effect of the light over the sea and sky, merged together in one great, silent mystery, was beautiful beyond words. Between me and the moonlight flitted a great bat, coming and going in great whirling circles. Once or twice it came quite close, but was, I suppose, frightened at seeing me, and flitted away across the harbor toward the abbey. When I came back from the window, Lucy had lain down again and was sleeping peacefully. She did not stir again all night. 14th of August. On the East Cliff. Reading and writing all day. Lucy seems to have become as much in love with the spot as I am, and it is hard to get her away from it when it is time to come home for lunch or tea or dinner. This afternoon she made a funny remark. We were coming home for dinner and had come to the top of the steps from the West Pier and stopped to look at the view as we generally do. The setting sun, low down in the sky, was just dropping behind the Kettleness. The red light was thrown over on the east cliff and the old abbey, and seemed to bathe everything in a beautiful rosy glow. We were silent for a while, and suddenly Lucy murmured as if to herself, "His eyes red again. His red eyes again. They are just the same." It was such an odd expression, coming apropos of nothing, that it quite startled me. I slewed around a little, so as to see Lucy well without seeming to stare at her, and saw that she was in a half-dreamy state, with an odd look on her face that I could not quite make out, so I said nothing but followed her eyes. She appeared to be looking over at her own seat, whereon was a dark figure seated alone. I was a little startled myself, for it seemed for an instant as if the stranger had great eyes like burning flames, but a second look dispelled the illusion. The red sunlight was shining on the windows of St. Mary's Church behind our seat, and as the sun dipped there was just sufficient change in the refraction and reflection to make it appear as if the light moved. I called Lucy's attention to the peculiar effect, and she became herself with a start, but she looked sad all the same. It may have been that she was thinking of that terrible night up there. We never referred to it, so I said nothing, and we went home to dinner. Lucy had a headache and went early to bed. I saw her sleep and went out for a little stroll myself. I walked along the cliffs to the westward, and was full of sweet sadness, for I was thinking of Jonathan. When coming home, it was then the bright moonlight, so bright that through the front of our part of the crescent was in shadow everything. Was in. Let me read that again. When coming home, it was then bright moonlight, so bright that, though the front of our part of the crescent was in shadow, everything could be well seen. I threw a glance up at our window and saw Lucy's head leaning out. I thought that perhaps she was looking out for me, so I opened up my handkerchief and waved it. She did not notice or make any movement whatever. Just then, the moonlight crept around an angle of the building and the light fell on the window. There distinctly was Lucy, with her head lying up against the side of the windowsill and her eyes shut. She was fast asleep, and by her, seated on the windowsill, was something that looked like a good-sized bird. I was afraid she might get a chill, so I ran upstairs, but as I came into the room, she was moving back to her bed, fast asleep and breathing heavily. She was holding her hand to her throat as though to protect her from the cold. I did not wake her, but tucked her up warmly. I have taken care that the door is locked and the window securely fastened. She looks so sweet as she sleeps, but she is paler than is her wont, and there is a drawn, haggard look under her eyes which I do not like. I fear she is fretting about something. I wish I could find out what it is. Yes? Okay. Unfortunately, it's time for our nightly prayer. I will be right back. You know, we're keeping away the vampires. The demons. Nah, it's just it's a ritual we started doing after Bella passed, and we just kept doing it since. So I will be right back. I'm back. Oh, Kitsune, oh, Kitsune. The world has not heard you speak often. My jealous self wants to know what claims your attention. I love it, Eli. Oops. Our son is now running around the living room, chasing his cousin, his cousin Freya. She's gonna beat his ass. No, I'm just kidding. Nah, he's just like he's decided he's gonna run around for a bit more, and I'm like, all right. Since I'm not going to bed yet, he can run around. Mm, I did not wake her, but tucked her up warmly. I have taken care that the door is locked and the window securely fastened. She looks so sweet as she sleeps, but she is paler than is her wont, and there is a drawn, haggard look under her eyes which I do not like. I fear she is fretting about something. I wish I could find out what it is. 15th of August. Rose later than usual. Lucy was languid and tired and slept on after we had been called. We had a happy surprise at breakfast. Arthur's father is better and wants the marriage to come off soon. Lucy is full of quiet joy, and her mother is glad and sorry at once. Later on in the day, she told me the cause. She is grieved to lose Lucy as her very own, but she is rejoiced that she is soon to have someone to protect her. Poor dear, sweet lady. She confided to me that she has got her death warrant. She has not told Lucy and made me promise secrecy. Her doctor told her that within a few months at most she must die, for her heart is weakening. At any time, even now, a sudden shock would be almost sure to kill her. Ah, we were wise to keep from her the affair of the dreadful night of Lucy's sleepwalking. That is some foreshadowing, if I've ever heard any. 17th of August. No diary for 2 whole days. I have not had the heart to write. Some sort of shadowy pall seems to be coming over our happiness. No news from Jonathan, and Lucy seems to be growing weaker, whilst her mother's hours are numbering to a close. I do not understand Lucy's fading away as she is doing. She eats well and sleeps well, and enjoys the fresh air, but all the time the roses in her cheeks are fading, and she gets weaker and more languid day by day. At night I hear her gasping as if for air. I keep the key of our door always fastened to my wrist at night, but she gets up and walks about the room and sits at the open window. Last night I found her leaning out when I woke up, and when I tried to wake her, I could not. She was in faint. When I managed to restore her, she was as weak as water and cried silently between long, painful struggles for breath. When I asked her how she came to be at the window, she shook her head and turned away. I trust her feeling ill may not be from that unlucky prick of the safety pin. I looked at her throat just now as she lay still, and the tiny wound seemed not to, I looked at her throat just now as she lay asleep, and the tiny wound seemed not to have healed. They are still open, and if anything, larger than before, and the edges of them are faintly white. They are like two they are like little white dots with red centers. Unless they heal within a day or two, I shall insist on the doctor saying about them. Letter Samuel F. Billington and Son, Solicitors, Whitby to Messrs. Carter, Patterson and Company, London. 17th August. Dear Sirs, herewith please receive invoice of goods sent by Great Northern Railway. Same are to be delivered at Carfax, near Purfleet, immediately on receipt at goods station, King's Cross. The house is at present empty, but enclosed please find keys, all of which are labeled. You will please deposit the boxes, 50 in number, which form the consignment in the partially ruined building, forming part of a house and marked A on a rough diagram enclosed. Your agent will easily recognize the locality, as it is the ancient chapel of the mansion. The goods leave by the train at 9:30 tonight and will be due at King's Cross at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. As our client wishes the delivery made as soon as possible, we shall be obliged by your having teams ready at King's Cross at the time named, and forthwith conveying the goods to destination. In order to obviate any delays possible through any routine requirements as to payment in your departments, we enclose check here within for £10, receipt of which please acknowledge. Should the charge be less than this amount, you can return balance. If greater, we shall at once send check for difference on hearing from you. You are to leave the keys on coming away in the main hall of the house, where the proprietor may get them on his entering the house by means of his duplicate key. Pray do not take us as exceeding the bounds of business courtesy in pressing you in all ways to use the utmost expedition. We are, dear sirs, faithfully yours, Samuel F. Billington and Son. Letter, Messrs. Carter, Patterson and Company, London, to Messrs. Billington and Son, Whitby. 21st of August. Dear sirs, we beg to acknowledge £10 received and to return check pound 117 cents 9. It says 17S and then 9D, which I take as 9 dimes, but that doesn't sound right. Amount of overplus, as shown in receipt account herewith. Goods are delivered in exact accordance with instructions, and key left in parcel in main hall as directed. We are, dear sirs, yours respectfully. P.O. Oh. Is that a P or an R? It looks like it says like P.O. Carter, Patterson and Company. Or Roe Carter. I love that. Eli, don't tell me you're jealous that I'm focusing on crocheting. I'm not. I was being childish. Uh-huh. Is that not a yes? Silly teddy bear. You should be lying in bed listening. Mina Murray's journal, 18th of August. I am happy today and right sitting on the seat in the churchyard. Lucy is ever so much better. Last night she slept well all night and did not disturb me once. The roses seem coming back already to her cheeks, though she is still sadly pale and wan looking. If she were in any way anemic, I could understand it, but she is not. She is in gay spirits and full of life and cheerfulness. All the morbid reticence all the morbid reticence seems to have passed from her, and she has just reminded me, as if I need any reminding, of that night, and that it was here, on this very seat, I found her asleep. As she told me, she tapped playfully with the heel of her boot on the stone slab and said, "My poor little feet didn't make much noise then. I dare say poor old Mr. Swales would have told me that it was because I didn't want to wake up Geordie." As she was in such a communicative humor, I asked her if she had dreamed at all that night. Before she answered, that sweet, puckered look came into her forehead, which Arthur, I call him Arthur from her habit, says he loves, and indeed I don't wonder that he does. Then she went on in a half dreaming kind of way, as if trying to recall it herself. I didn't quite dream, but it all seemed to be real. I only wanted to be here in this spot. I don't know why, for I was afraid of something. I don't know what. I remember, though, I suppose, I was asleep, passing through the streets and over the bridge. A fish leaped as I went by, and I leaned over to look at it, and I heard a lot of dogs howling. The whole town seemed as if it must be full of dogs all howling at once. As I went up the steps, then I had a vague memory of something long and dark with red eyes, just as we saw in the sunset, and something very sweet and very bitter all around me at once. And then I seemed sinking into deep green water, and there was a singing in my ears, as I have heard them, as I have heard there is to drowning men. And then everything seemed passing away from me. My soul seemed to go out from my body and float about the air. I seem to remember that once the West Lighthouse was right under me, and then there was a sort of agonizing feeling, as if I were in an earthquake, and I came back and found you shaking my body. I saw you do it before I felt you. Then she began to laugh. It seemed a little uncanny to me, and I listened to her breathlessly. I did not quite like it, and thought it better not to keep her mind on the subject. So we drifted on to other subjects, and Lucy was like her old self again. When we got home, the fresh breeze had braced her up, and her pale cheeks were really more rosy. Her mother rejoiced when she saw her, and we all spent a very happy evening together. But I'm not. I'm sitting against the bookcase, letting my brain absorb your voice so I can hear it longer for when you leave my sight and ears. Daw, teddy bear, you're making me blush. You're such a charmer. I want you to be comfy. 19th of August. Joy, joy, joy. Although not all joy, at last, news of Jonathan. The dear fellow has been ill, that is why he did not write. I am not afraid to think or say it, now that I know. Mr. Hawkins sent me on letter and wrote himself, oh so kindly. I am to leave in the morning and go over to Jonathan, and to help nurse him if necessary, and to bring him home. Mr. Hawkins says it would not be a bad thing if we were to be married out there. I have cried over the good sister's letter till I can feel it wet against my bosom here where it lies. It is of Jonathan, and must be next my heart, for he is in my heart. My journey is all mapped out and my luggage ready. I am only taking one change of dress. Lucy will bring my trunk to London and keep it till I send for it. For it may be that I must write no more. I must keep it to say to Jonathan, my husband. The letter that he has seen and touched must comfort me till we meet. Letter. Sister Agatha, Hospital of St. Joseph and St. Mary, Budapest, to Miss Wilhelmina Murray. 12th of August. Dear Madam. Dear Madam, I write by desire of Mr. Jonathan Harker, who is himself not strong enough to write, though progressing well, thanks to God and St. Joseph and St. Mary. He has been under our care for nearly 6 weeks, suffering from a violent brain fever. He wishes me to convey his love and to say that by this post I write for him to Mr. Peter Hawkins, Exeter, to say, with his dutiful respects, that he is sorry for his delay, and that all of his work is completed. He will require some few weeks' rest in our sanatorium in the hills, but will then return. He wishes me to say that he has not sufficient money with him, and that he would like to pay for his staying here, so that others who need shall not be wanting for help. Believe me, yours, with sympathy and all blessings, Sister Agatha. P.S. My patient being asleep, I open this to let you know something more. He has told me all about you, and that you are shortly to be his wife. All blessings to you both. He has had some fearful shock, so says our doctor, and in his delirium his ravings have been dreadful, of wolves and poison and blood, of ghosts and demons, and I fear to say of what. Be careful with him always, that there may be nothing to excite him for that there may be nothing to excite him of this kind for a long time to come. The traces of such an illness as his do not lightly die away. We should have written long ago, but we knew nothing of his friends, and there was on him nothing that anyone could understand. He came in the train from Klausenburg, and the guard was told by the station master that there he had rushed into the station shouting for a ticket for home. Seeing from his violent demeanor that he was English, they gave him a ticket for the furthest station on the way thither that the train reached. Be assured that he is well cared for. He has won all hearts by his sweetness and gentleness. He is truly getting on well, and I have no doubt will in a few weeks be all himself. But be careful of him for safety's sake. There are, I pray God and Saint Joseph and Saint Mary, many, many happy years for you both. Dr. Seward's Diary, 19th of August. Strange and sudden change in Renfield last night. About 8 o'clock he began to get excited and sniff about as a dog does when setting. We are back to Renfield. Where's my little Renfield? I think he's in the living room still, but that's okay. I only call him that when he starts catching bugs, and I did see him catching a bug earlier today. I think he caught a fly. About 8 o'clock he began to get excited and sniff about as a dog does when setting. The attendant was struck by his manner, and knowing my interest in him, encouraged him to talk. He is usually respectful to the attendant and at times servile, but tonight, the man tells me, he was quite haughty, would not condescend to talk with him at all. All he would say was, "I don't want to talk to you. You don't count now. The master is at hand." The attendant thinks it is some sudden form of religious mania which has seized him. If so, we must look out for squalls, for a strong man with homicidal and religious mania at once might be dangerous. The combination is a dreadful one. At 9 o'clock I visited him myself. His attitude to me was the same as that to the attendant. In his sublime self-feeling, the difference between myself and the attendant seemed to him as nothing. It looks like religious mania, and he will soon think that he himself is God. These infinitesimal distinctions between man and man are too paltry for an omnipotent being. How these madmen give themselves away! The real God taketh heed lest a sparrow fall, but the God created from human vanity sees no difference between an eagle and a sparrow. Oh, if men only knew! For half an hour or more, Renfield kept getting excited in greater and greater degree. I did not pretend to be watching him, but I kept strict observation all the same. All at once that shifty look came into his eyes which we always see when a madman has seized an idea, and with it the shifty movement of the head and back with which asylum attendants come to know so well. He became quiet and went and sat on the edge of his bed resignedly, and looked into the space with lackluster eyes. I thought I would find out if his apathy were real or only assumed, and try to lead him to talk of his pets, a theme which had never failed to excite his attention. At first he made no reply, but at length said testily, "Bother them all. I don't care a pin about them." "What?" I said. "You don't mean to tell me you don't care about spiders?" Spiders at present are his hobby, and the notebook is filling up with columns of small figures. To this he answered enigmatically, "The bridemaidens rejoice the eyes that wait the coming of the bride, but when the bride draweth nigh, then the maidens shine not to the eyes that are filled." I'm gonna have to read that again, because what? The bridemaiden, the bridemaidens rejoice the eyes that wait the coming of the bride, but when the bride draweth nigh, then the maidens shine not to the eyes that are filled. He would not explain himself, but remained obstinately seated in his bed all the same, but remained obstinately seated on his bed all the time I remained with him. I am weary tonight and low in spirits. I cannot but think of Lucy and how different things might have been. If I don't sleep at once, chloral, the modern Morpheus, uh, carbon 2, hydrogen, chlorine 3, oxygen, and then it's H2O, so hydrogen 2, oxygen 1. I must be careful not to let it grow into habit. Well, I think it's chlorine. It's the thing here says C2HCl3OH2O. Cl is chlorine, right? I don't know. I must be careful not to let it grow into habit. No, I shall take none tonight. I have thought of Lucy, and I shall not dishonor her by mixing the two. If need be, tonight shall be sleepless. Later. Glad I made the resolution, gladder that I kept to it. I had lain tossing about and had heard the clock strike only twice when the night watchman came to me, sent up from the ward to say that Renfield had escaped. So it's 2 in the morning, I think, if the clock strikes only twice. I threw on my clothes and ran down at once. My patient is too dangerous a person to be roaming about. Those ideas of his might work out dangerously with strangers. The attendant was waiting for me. He said he had seen him not 10 minutes before, seemingly asleep in his bed, when he had looked through the observation trap in the door. His attention was called by the sound of the window being wrenched out. He ran back and saw his feet disappear through the window, and had at once set up for me. He was he was only in his night gear and cannot be far off. The attendant thought it would be more useful to watch where he should go than to follow him, as he might lose sight of him whilst getting out of the building by the door. He is a bulky man and couldn't get through the window. Hey, baby. Yes. Did you hear we're talking about Renfield? Where you want to go, baby? Do you want me to pick you up, or are you going to get underneath me? There's a Mr. Mime in chat. Oh, seems like he's getting into the bed. Oh, no, he's not. Hmm. Where did I drop my little magnet? Ah, here we are. Baby. What is it, Mom? What is it, Bubush? Are you hungry? Is it thing you're hungry? Okay, fine. We will feed you right now. Come on. You're gonna have to move from where the chair is, though, because I don't want to accidentally roll over one of your little feet or something. Come on. Yeah. Okay. At least when you move in front of me, then I can see where you are. I'll be right back. All right, listen. I will clean your plate in the morning. Okay? Not right now. Good boy. Sorry about that. I had to feed the baby, and he's happily eating now. Our son apparently only seems to like chicken for some reason. And I think maybe turkey. But he's not a big. He doesn't like fish that much. It seems he only steals fish from Freya, and then he doesn't like it in his actual food. He's so silly. Although it could be because one time when he was smaller, he got sick from eating one of the when he was eating one of the like white fish cans. So now I think he doesn't trust the fishy ones. He's so silly. Uh, okay. He is a bulky man and couldn't get through the window. I am thin, so, with his aid, I got out, but feet foremost, and as we were only a few feet above ground, landed unhurt. The attendant told me the patient had gone to the left and had taken a straight line, so I ran as quickly as I could. As I got through the belt of trees, I saw a white figure scale the high wall which separates our grounds from those of the deserted house. I ran back at once, told the watchman to get 3 or 4 men immediately and to follow me to into the grounds of Carfax, in case our friend might be dangerous. I got a ladder myself and, crossing the wall, dropped down on the other side. I could see Renfield's figure just disappearing behind the angle of the house, so I ran after him. On the far side of the house, I found him pressed close against the old iron-bound oak door of the chapel. He was talking, apparently, to someone, but I was afraid to go near enough to hear what he was saying, lest I might frighten him, and he should run off. Chasing it. But I was afraid to go near enough to hear what he was saying, lest I might frighten him and he should run off. Chasing an errant swarm of bees is nothing to following a naked lunatic when the fit of escaping is upon him. After a few minutes, however, I could see that he did not take note of anything around him, and so ventured to draw nearer to him, the more so as my men had now crossed the wall and were closing him in. I heard him say, I am here to do your bidding, master. I am your slave, and you will reward me, for I shall be faithful. I have worshipped you long and afar off. Now that you are near, I await your commands, and you will not pass me by, will you, but dear master, and your distribution of good things. He is a selfish old beggar, anyhow. He thinks of the loaves and fishes even when he believes he is in a real presence. His manias make a startling his manias make a startling combination. When we closed in on him, he fought like a tiger. He is immensely strong, for he was more like a wild beast than a man. I never saw a lunatic in such a paroxysm of rage before, and I hope I shall not again. It is a mercy that we have found out his strength and his danger in good time. With strength and determination like his, he might have done wild work before he was caged. He is safe now at any rate. Jack Shepherd himself couldn't get free from the strait waistcoat that keeps him restrained, and he's chained to the wall in the padded room. His cries are at times awful, but the silence that follows are more deadly still, for he means murder in every turn and movement. Just now he spoke coherent words for the first time. I shall be patient, master. It is coming, coming, coming. So I took the hint and came to. I was too excited to sleep, but this diary has quieted me, and I feel I shall get some sleep tonight. So I took the hit and came to. All right then. I can't help it. This book is full of like uh I feel like there's hints that like there could be something between there could have been something between Dracula and Jonathan Harker, but also between Mina and Lucy. I mean, everyone knows that though. But to be fair, Dracula is also supposed to be um what do they call it? Yeah, innuendo. But Dracula is also supposed to be like it was kind of modeled after the famous Carmilla, which is the first like lesbian vampire love story. It might be the OG vampire story, like well, one of the few. Cuz there's the vampire, there is Dracula, there's Carmilla, and I think there's one more, but I don't remember what it is. But yeah, see like that's why I got this book. So the origins of the vampire stories. So it's Carmilla, the vampire, and Dracula's guest. Which I have no idea if Dracula's guest is supposed to be like. I'm guessing it's a prequel to this, but yeah. Oh yeah, we forgot we had the dirty counter, bro. With how much I was flirting with you earlier, shoot, I think we should have that counter should be higher, but we're not gonna complain about it now. Uh, did you and Katsuna ever get your dirty command running? I did. Yeah. Star mothers, naughty starlings have been dirty 2 times. 3 times. All right, we got a picture of Renfield here, looking psycho. Although this is interesting because then this shows Renfield as having red eyes, and then look, it looks like he's on a floor of blood. It's kind of cool. 5 times. Damn, we were busy earlier. I'm not sorry for that one. You're gonna have to add another one for that one. uh, we now have made a dirty counter, y'all, so y'all can help us keep track of when we're telling dirty jokes or innuendos. Thank you, teddy bear. You're the best. All right. Chapter 9. Letter Mina Harker to Lucy Westenra. Yeah. Budapest, 24th of August. 24th of August. My dearest Lucy, I know you will be anxious to hear all that has happened since we parted at the railway station at Whitby. Well, my dear, I got to Hull all right and caught the boat to Hamburg, and then the train on here. I feel that I can hardly recall anything of the journey except that I knew I was coming to Jonathan, and I was coming to Jonathan. I'm sorry, I could. A lucky 7 times. And that as I should have to do some nursing, I had better get all the sleep I could. Thank you. Thank you, teddy bear. Ah, I'm not sorry. It was right there, okay? I know the text doesn't mean to be dirty, but it's very funny to me when it is. I'm like, that aged differently than you thought it would. Oh, Christ. I had better get all the sleep I could. I found my dear one, oh so thin and pale and weak looking. All the resolution has gone out of his dear eyes, and that quiet dignity which I told you was in his face has vanished. He is only a wreck of himself, and he does not remember anything that has happened to him for a long time past. Baby, are you gonna sit with your mama? Oh my gosh, get off my keyboard. Please. He's decided he's gonna go behind my monitor. Baby, you know I kind of hate it when you get behind my monitor. Oh my gosh. Please, you can just sit here. Put your booty down. Okay then. Don't want you flashing the camera. I don't know if Twitch will get mad at me for that one. My little gargoyle. He's on top of a box. All right, we're good. You settled now? We were just reading about Renfield. And you missed it. I can't believe it. Oh, he did the like slow blink cats do when they want to say I love you. They do the yes, baby. Stop biting that. Leave that wire alone. I have a wire, but that I use to like string up my like all my pictures and stuff, and that's what he's batting with. But it was supposed to have like batteries and like it's supposed to glow and shit, but I never bothered with it. His ass been in screen at least 6 times today. I know. Shadow. What it? I don't even know what he just dropped. Oh, I think he just dropped one of my lotions. I got some lotions for my birthday. Bubby, come here. Oh, cuidado. Come here. Good boy. Stay on my bed, okay? Get comfy there. Are you gonna jump on my shoulder? Is that really? Like, he was considering it. Because he's jumped onto my shoulder before. Yeah, I got some fancy ones. Add this one into the stars, which I believe I might have the perfume for this too. And I got Touch of Gold. Oh, okay. Thank you for the hydrate teddy bear. Bro, I put one of the lotions upright on the floor and then he comes over and tips it over. Alright, fine, I won't use that one. Jesus. Jesus. He was so quick I didn't even see him. Christ, he's just suddenly behind. Baby, I don't want to have to cut that wire. Leave it alone. Come here. I had something on my desk for him. And now where is it? I wonder if he took it off my desk earlier and I just didn't notice. Alright. You want a piece of paper, right? Oh. Hey! You are stepping all over my book, mister. You are gonna flash my camera, mister. There's a hop-up in chat. Are you ready, baby? Ooh. I almost pulled my dress down. And now he's leaving the room. He's like, alright, I got a toy. This little punk. Oh, okay, maybe he's staying. Alright. Sorry about that. Our child is very demanding sometimes. Oops, and he lowered my mic somehow. Alright. Good thing I checked that before I started again. He is truly a wreck of himself, and he does not remember anything that has happened to him for a long time past. At least, he wants me to believe so, and I shall never ask. He has had some terrible shock, and I fear it might tax his poor brain if he were to try and recall it. Sister Agatha, who is a good creature and a born nurse, tells me that he raved of dreadful things whilst he was off his head. I wanted her to tell me what they were. Ooh, there's a cross on the beginning of this page. Pretty. And a cloves of garlic, it looks like. And a spider. And a dagger. Can you see them? All down in the line. Ooh, nice. Eli caught the hobbit and got a rock. I wanted her to tell me what they were. But she would only cross herself and say she would never tell, that the ravings of the sick were the secrets of God, and that if a nurse through her vocation should hear them, she should respect her trust. She is a sweet, good soul, and the next day, when she saw I was troubled, she opened up the subject again, and after saying that she could never mention what my poor dear raved about, added, I can tell you this much, my dear, that it was not about anything which he has done wrong himself, and you, as his wife-to-be, have no cause to be concerned. He has not forgotten you or what he owes you. His fear was of great and terrible things which no mortal can treat of. I do believe the dear soul, though I might be jealous lest my poor dear should have fallen in love with another girl. The idea of my being jealous about Jonathan. And yet, my dear, let me whisper, I felt a thrill of joy through me when I knew that no other woman was a cause of trouble. I am now sitting by his bedside, where I can see his face while he sleeps. He is waking. When he woke, he asked me for his coat, as he wanted to get something from the pocket. I asked Sister Agatha, and she brought all his things. I saw that amongst them was his notebook, and was going to ask him to let me look at it, for I knew then that I must find some clue to his trouble. But I suppose he must have seen my wish in my eyes, for he sent me over to the window, saying he wanted to be quite alone for a moment. Then he called me back, and when I came, he had his hand over the notebook, and he said to me very, very solemnly, Wilhelmina. And I knew then that he was in deadly earnest, for he has never called me by that name since he asked me to marry him. You know, dear, my ideas of the trust between husband and wife. There should be no secret, no concealment. I have had a great shock, and when I try to think of what it is, I feel my head spin around, and I do not know if it was all real or the dreaming of a madman. You know I've had brain fever, and that is to be mad. The secret is the secret is here, and I do not want to know it. I want to take up my life here, with our marriage. For my dear, we had decided to be married as soon as the formalities are complete. Are you willing, Wilhelmina, to share my ignorance? Here is the book. Take it and keep it. Read it if you will, but never let me know. Unless, indeed, some solemn duty should come upon me to go back to the bitter hours, asleep or awake, sane or mad, recorded here. He fell back exhausted, and I put the book under his pillow and kissed him. I have asked Sister Agatha to beg the superior to let our wedding be this afternoon, and am awaiting her reply. She has come and told me that the chaplain of the English Mission Church has been sent for. We are to be married in an hour, or as soon after as Jonathan wakes. Lucy, the time has come and gone. I feel very solemn, but very, very happy. Jonathan awoke a little after the hour, and all was ready, and he sat up in bed, propped up with pillows. He answered his "I will" firmly and strongly. I could hardly speak. My heart was so full that even those words seemed to choke me. Oh, there the ads go. Whew. Oh. Our son is on my bed. Why are you watching me, baby? Are you okay? Why do you look like you're shaking? Are you cold, Bubbish? Where's your mini lamb chop? Oh, I didn't even realize the ball was here. So cute. I'm not gonna take your ball. I would never. My sweet baby boy. Sweet baby. You, son, have the prettiest eyes. I don't know how I turned the book upside down while doing that, but I did somehow. Whew. I don't know if I've ever showed y'all this, but I got this ornament that that my dear sister got me. And it's a Hannibal one that I use at I put it up on at Christmas. Eat the brood. It's got glitter. It's very pretty. I know Darling and Eli probably know this, but I have been kind of wanting to do I kind of want to do one of those pet psychics and see what Shadow says, but I'm also like, well, but there's probably only so many that are actually legit, right? But then again, there's like millions of people, right? There's billions of people. Some of them have to be real. I wonder what our son would say. Behold my genius, the plan of the year. Plots of diabolical, it borders on sincere. It's bold, it's brash, it's utterly deranged. If it doesn't work, I'll just get it rearranged. Welcome back from the ad, starlings. Alright. I can tell you one thing he'll probably say. What do you think Shadow would say? I was during the break I was saying I kind of want to get a pet psychic to talk to Shadow, but I kind of wonder what he would say. Mother, I crave attention. Yeah, he might. He might. But sometimes I think he doesn't want all the attention too. Like he was clingier when he was younger. I don't think he's as clingy now. He's pretty. I think he likes to be independent. While they're asleep, yeah, that's true too. He'd probably also, yeah, fuck. Shadow, I don't know if some of y'all know this, but sometimes he will try to get me in bed earlier. Cause I go to bed at like 2 or 3 in the morning, and sometimes he tries to get me in bed at like 11. He's going through his preteen phase. Maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, in my room, he seems cuddly, but then, like, if we leave my room, he's not as cuddly. So yeah, maybe he's like, he only wants to be cuddled when we're like in my room. Oh, he went back to eating. For a second, I was like, is he underneath me? Because he'll get in the little cat bed that's underneath my feet right now. All right. Shoot, where was I? Okay. Lucy, the time has come and gone. I feel very solemn, but very, very happy. Jonathan woke a little after the hour, and all was ready, and he sat up in bed, propped up with pillows. He answered his "I will" firmly and strongly. I could hardly speak. My heart was so full that even those words seemed to choke me. The dear sisters were so kind. Please God, I shall never, never forget them, nor the grave and sweet responsibilities I have taken upon me. I must tell you of my wedding present, when the chaplain and the sisters had left me alone with my husband. Oh, Lucy, it is the first time I have written the words "my husband." Left me alone with my husband. I took the book from under his pillow and wrapped it up in white paper, and tied it with a little bit of pale blue ribbon, which was around my neck, and sealed it over the knot with a sealing wax, and for my seal I used my wedding ring. Then I kissed it and showed it to my husband, and told him that I would keep it so, and then it would be an outward and visible sign for us all our lives that we trusted each other, that I would never open it unless it were for his own dear sake, or for the sake of some stern duty. Then he took my hand in his, and oh, Lucy, it was the first time he took his wife's hand and said that it was the dearest thing in all the wide world, and that he would go through all the past again to win it if need be. The poor dear meant to have said a part of the past, but he cannot think of time yet, and I shall not wonder if at first he mixes up not only the month but the year. Well, my dear, what could I say? I could only tell him that I was the happiest woman in all the wide world, and that I had nothing to give him except myself, my life, and my trust, and that with these went my love and duty for all the days of my life. And my dear, when he kissed me and drew me to him with his poor weak hands, it was like a very solemn pledge between us. Lucy, dear, do you know why I tell you all this? It is not only because it is all sweet to me, but because you have been and are very dear to me. It was my privilege to be your friend and guide when you came from the schoolroom to prepare for your to prepare for the world of life. I want you to see now, and with the eyes of a very happy wife, whither duty has led me, so that in your own married life you too may be all happy as I am. My dear, please, Almighty God, your life may be all it promises, a long day of sunshine, with no harsh wind, no forgetting duty, no distrust. I must not wish you no pain, for that can never be, but I do hope you will always be as happy as I am now. Goodbye, my dear. I shall post this at once, and perhaps write you very soon again. I must stop, for Jonathan is waking. I must attend to my husband. Your ever loving Mina Harker. Because what was she signing it before? She was, it's Mina Harker now, but I believe she was signing it something else before. She signed it Mina Murray. So now it's Mina Harker. And I love that she has like a little flourish on the name. And look, we got a picture of the two, the happy couple. It's very pretty. God, the dress and veil look gorgeous. Also, damn, that's Jonathan Harker. Shoot, I love his hair. Insert the Boo Buttercup nightmare scene. What Boo Buttercup? What does that mean? All right. Letter Lucy Westenra to Mina Harker. Whitby, 30 August. My dearest Mina, Oceans of love and millions of kisses, and may you soon be in your own home with your husband. I wish you could be coming home soon enough to stay with us here. The strong air would soon restore Jonathan. It has quite restored me. I have an appetite like a cormorant, and full of life and sleep well. You will be glad to know that I have quite given up walking in my sleep. I think I have not stirred out of my bed for a week. That is when I once got into it at night. Arthur says I am getting fat. By the way, I forgot to tell you that Arthur is here. We have such walks and drives and rides and rowing and tennis and fishing together, and I love him more than ever. He tells me that he loves me more, but I doubt that, for at first he told me that he couldn't love me more than he did then. But this is nonsense. There he is, calling to me. So no more just at present from your loving Lucy. So no more just at present from your loving Lucy. P.S. Mother sends her love. She seems better, poor dear. P.P.S. We are to be married on 28th September. Ooh, that's a few days after Sam's birthday, and like, I think like a week or two after Darling's. I forget, y'all never seen Princess Bride? We haven't. Shall we make it a movie night and you, me, and Darling watch it? We could do that, you know. Uh, Dr. Seward's diary. 20th of August. The case of Renfield grows even more interesting. He is now so far quieted that there are spells of cessation from his passion. For the first week after his attack, he was perpetually violent. Then, one night, just as the moon rose, he grew quiet and kept murmuring to himself, "Now I can wait. Now I can wait." The attendant came to tell me, so I ran down at once to have a look at him. He was still in the strait waistcoat and in the padded room, but the suffused look had gone from his face, and his eyes had something of their old pleading. I might almost say cringing softness. I was satisfied with his present condition and directed him to be relieved. The attendants hesitated, but finally carried out my wishes without protest. It was a strange thing that the patient had humor enough to see their distrust, for coming close to me, he said in a whisper, all the while looking furtively at them, "They think I could hurt you. Fancy me hurting you, the fools." It was soothing, somehow, to the feelings to find myself disassociated, even in the mind of this poor madman from the others. But all the same, I do not follow his thought. Am I to take it that I have anything in common with him, so that we are, as it were, to stand together, or has he to gain from me some good so stupendous that my well-being is needful to him? I must find out later on. Tonight he will not speak. Even the offer of a kitten or even a full-grown cat will not tempt him. He will only say, "I don't take any stock in cats. I have more to think of now, and I can wait. I can wait." After a while, I left him. The attendant tells me that he was quiet until just before dawn, and that then he began to get uneasy, and at length violent, until at last he fell into a paroxysm which exhausted him so that he swooned into a sort of coma. There's a dot of blood here on this page. Oop. See? They put a dot of blood at the bottom, which I'm wondering if the dots of blood have a meaning in this book. Um, 3 nights has the same thing. 3 nights has the same thing happened. Violent all day, then quiet from moonrise to sunrise. I wish I could get some clue to the cause. Violent all day, then quiet from moonrise to sunrise. Of course. I wish I could get some clue to the cause. It would almost seem as if there were some influence which came and went. Happy thought. We shall tonight play sane wits against mad ones. He escaped before without our help. Tonight he shall escape with it. We shall give him a chance and have the men ready to follow in case they are required. 23rd of August. The unexpected always happens. How well Disraeli knew life. Our bird, when he found the cage open, would not fly, so all our subtle arrangements were for nothing. At any rate, we have proved one thing, that the spells of quietness last a reasonable time. We shall in future be able to ease his bonds for a few hours each day. I have given orders to the night attendant merely to shut him in the padded room, when once he is quiet until an hour before sunrise. The poor soul's body will enjoy the relief even if his mind cannot appreciate it. Hark, the unexpected again. I am called. The patient has once more escaped. Later, another night adventure. Renfield artfully waited until the attendant was entering the room to inspect. Then he dashed out past him and flew down the passage. I sent word for the attendants to follow. Again, he went into the grounds of the deserted house, and we found him in the same place, pressed against the old chapel door. When he saw me, he became furious, and had not the attendant seized him in time, he would have tried to kill me. As we were holding him, a strange thing happened. He suddenly redoubled his efforts, and then, as suddenly, grew calm. I looked around instinctively, but could see nothing. Then I caught the patient's eye and followed it, but could trace nothing as it looked into the moonlit sky except a big bat, which was flapping its silent and ghostly way to the west. Bats usually wheel and flit about, but this one seemed to go straight on, as if it knew where it was bound for or had some intention of its own. The patient grew calmer every instant and presently said, "You needn't tie me. I shall go quietly." Without trouble, we came back to the house. I feel there is something ominous in his calm and shall not forget this night. So then, I guess that means that when he's calm, Dracula's probably nearby. Lucy Westenra's diary. Hillingham, 24th of August. I must imitate Mina and keep writing things down. Then we can have long talks when we do meet. I wonder when it will be. I wish she were with me again, for I feel so unhappy. Last night I seemed to be dreaming again just as I was at Whitby. Perhaps it is the change of air or getting home again. It is all dark and horrid to me, for I can remember nothing. But I am full of vague fear, and I feel so weak and worn out. When Arthur came to lunch, he looked quite grieved when he saw me, and I hadn't the spirit to try to be cheerful. I wonder if I could sleep in Mother's room tonight. I shall make an excuse and try. 25th of August. Another bad night. Mother did not seem to take to my proposal. She seems not too well herself, and doubtless she fears to worry me. I tried to keep awake and succeeded for a while, but when the clock struck 12 it waked me from a doze, so I must have been falling asleep. There was a sort of scratching or flapping at the window, but I did not mind it, and as I remembered no more, I suppose I must then have fallen asleep. More bad dreams. I wish I could remember them. This morning I am horribly weak. My face is ghastly pale and my throat pains me. It must be something wrong with my lungs, for I don't seem ever to get air enough. I shall try to cheer up when Arthur comes, or else I know he will be miserable to see me too. Letter. Arthur Homewood to Dr. Seward. Albemarle Hotel, 31st of August. My dear Jack, I want you to do me a favor. Lucy is ill, that is, she has no special disease, but she looks awful and is getting worse every day. I have asked her if there is any cause. I do not dare to ask her mother, for to disturb the poor lady's mind about her daughter in her present state of health would be fatal. Miss Westenra has confided to me that her doom is spoken, disease of the heart, though poor Lucy does not know it yet. I am sure that there is something preying on my dear girl's mind. I am almost distracted when I think of her. To look at her gives me a pang. I told her I should ask you to see her, and though she demurred at first, I know, wild fellow, she finally consented. It will be a painful task for you. Oh, I told her I should ask you to see her, and though she demurred at first, I know, wild fellow, she finally consented. It will be a painful task for you, I know, old friend, but it is for her sake, and I must not hesitate to ask or you to act. You are to come to lunch at Hillingham tomorrow, 2 o'clock, so as not to arouse any suspicion in Miss Westenra. And after lunch, Lucy will take an opportunity of being alone with you. I shall come in for tea, and we can go away together. I am filled with anxiety and want to consult with you alone as soon as I can after you have seen her. Do not fail, Arthur. So both Arthur, Dr. Seward, and I think there was her other gentleman caller were all in love with Lucy. And so they all propose. So he's like, I know why she's like, I kind of don't want to see him because it feels bad after like, after I rejected him and was like, I'm sorry, but I kind of love Arthur and not you. That she's like, I can't ask him to check if I'm sane, but you know, it's also like, well, he's the guy we know. Now my brain kicked over. Damn, there is an old healer in Princess Bride that be a fun character to build. Oh my gosh, what do you mean your brain kicked over? As in like you finally have ideas, or Like you hit your second win for the night, or are you finally starting to get a sleepy? Telegram. Arthur Homewood to Seward. 1st September. Am summoned to see my father, who is worse. Am writing. Write me fully by tonight's post to ring. Wire me if necessary. Letter from Dr. Seward to Arthur Homewood. 2nd September. My dear old fellow, with regard to Miss Westenra's health, I hasten to let you know at once that in my opinion there is not any functional disturbance or any malady that I know of. At the same time, I am not by any means satisfied with her appearance. She is woefully different from what she was when I saw her last. Of course, you must bear in mind that I did not have full opportunity of examination, such as I should wish. Our very friendship makes a little difficulty which not even medical science or custom can bridge over. I had better tell you exactly what happened, leaving you to draw in a measure your own conclusion. I shall then say what I have done and propose doing. I found Miss Westenra in a seemingly gay spirits. Her mother was present, and in a few seconds I made up my mind that she was trying all she knew to mislead her mother and prevent her from being anxious. I have no doubt she guesses, if she does not know, what need of caution there is. We lunched alone, and as we all exerted ourselves to be cheerful, we got, as some kind of reward for our labors, some real cheerfulness amongst us. Then Mrs. Westenra went to lie down, and Lucy was left with me. We went into her boudoir, and till we got there her gaiety remained, for the servants were coming and going. As soon as the door was closed, however, the mask fell from her face, and she sank down into a chair with a great sigh, and hid her eyes with her hand. When I saw that her high spirits had failed, I at once took advantage of her reaction to make a diagnosis. She said to me very sweetly, I cannot tell you how I loathe talking about myself. I reminded her that a doctor's confidence was sacred, but that you were grievously anxious about her. She caught on to my meaning at once and settled the matter in a word. Tell Arthur any Tell Arthur everything you choose. I do not care for myself, but all for him, so I am quite free. I could easily see that she is somewhat bloodless, but I could not see the usual anemic signs, and by a chance I was actually able to test the quality of her blood. For in opening a window which was stiff, a cord gave way, and she cut her hand slightly with the broken glass. It was a slight matter in itself, but it gave me an evident chance, and I secured a few drops of the blood and have analyzed them. The qualitative analysis gives a quite normal condition and shows, I should infer, in itself a vigorous state of health. In other physical matters, I was quite satisfied that there is no need for anxiety, but as there must be a cause somewhere, I have come to the conclusion that it must be something mental. She complains of difficulty in breathing satisfactorily at times, and of heavy, lethargic sleep with dreams that frighten her, but regarding which she can remember nothing. She says that as a child she used to walk in her sleep, and that when in Whitby the habit came back, and that once she walked out in the night and went to East Cliff, where Miss Murray found her, but she assures me that of late the habit has not returned. I am in doubt, and so have done the best thing I know of. I have written to my old friend and master, Professor Van Helsing of Amsterdam, who knows as much about obscure diseases as anyone in the world. I have asked him to come over, and as you told me that all things were to be at your charge, I have mentioned to him who you are and your relations to Miss Westenra. This, my dear fellow, is in obedience to your wishes, for I am only too proud and happy to do anything I can for her. Van Helsing would, I know, do anything for me for a personal reason. So, no matter on what ground he comes, we must accept his wishes. He is a seemingly arbitrary man, but this is because he knows what he is talking about better than anyone else. He is a philosopher and a metaphysician, and one of the most advanced scientists of his day, and he has, I believe, an absolutely open mind. This, with an iron nerve, a temper of the icebrook, and an indomitable resolution, self-command and toleration exalted from virtues to blessings, and the kindliest and truest heart that beats, these forms his equipment for the noble work that he is doing for mankind. Work both in theory and practice, for his viewers are as wide as his all-embracing sympathy. I tell you these facts that you may know why I have such confidence in him. I have asked him to come at once. I shall see Miss Westenra tomorrow again. She is to meet me at the stores, so that I may not alarm her mother by too early a repetition of my call. Yours always, John Seward. Letter, Abraham Van Helsing, M.D. It says D.Ph.D. Lit, etc., etc., to Dr. Seward. 2nd of September. My good friend, when I have received your letter, I am already coming to you. By good fortune, I can leave just at once, without wrong to any of those who have trusted me. Were fortune other, then it were bad for those who have trusted. For I come to my friend when he call me to aid those he holds dear. Tell your friend that when that time you suck for Tell your friend that when that time you suck from my wound so swiftly the poison of the gangrene from the knife that our other friend, too nervous, let slip, you did more for him when he wants my aid, and you called for them than all his great fortune could do. But it is pleasure added to do for him, your friend. It is to you that I come. Have then rooms for me at the Great Eastern Hotel so that I may be near to hand, and please it so arrange that we may see the young lady not too late on tomorrow, for it is likely that I may have to return her here that night. But if need be, I shall come again in 3 days and stay longer if it must. Till then, goodbye, my friend John. Van Helsing. Look, I love how different the like signatures they put on these pages are. Like, oop, there's John Seward, and then that's Van Helsing. My brain was so focused on a mouse character for the last week, I can actually think of other stories again. I love it, Eli. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for the hydrate, and I will do another stretch. I almost knocked over my tower fan doing that. Thank you, teddy bear. All right. All right. Letter. Dr. Seward to Honorable Arthur Holmwood. 3rd September. My dear Art, Van Helsing has come and gone. He came on with me to Hillingham and found that by Lucy's discretion, her mother was lunching out, so that we were alone with her. Van Helsing made a very careful examination of the patient. He is to report to me, and I shall advise you, for of course I was not present at the time. I was not present all the time. He is, I fear, much concerned, but says he must think. When I told him of our friendship and how you trust to me in the matter, he said, you must tell him all you think. Tell him what I think, if you can guess it, if you will. Nay, I am not jesting. This is no jest, but life and death, perhaps more. I asked what he meant by that, for he was very serious. This was when he was ba- This was when we had come back to town, and he was having a cup of tea before starting on his return to Amsterdam. He would not give me any further clue. You must not be angry with me, Mart. You must not be angry with me, Art, because his very reticence means that all his brains are working for her good. He will speak plainly enough when the time comes. Be sure. So I told him I would simply write an account of our visit, just as if I were doing a descriptive special article for the Daily Telegraph. He seems not to notice, but remarked that he seemed not to notice, but remarked that the smuts in London were not quite so bad as they used to be when he was a student here. I am to get his report tomorrow if he can possibly make it. In any case, I am to have a letter. Well, as to the visit, Lucy was more cheerful than on the day I first saw her, and certainly looked better. She had lost something of the ghastly look that so upset you, and her breathing was normal. She was very sweet to the professor, as she always is, and tried to make him feel at ease, though I could see that the poor girl was making a hard struggle for it. I believe Van Helsing saw it too, for I saw the quick look under his bushy brows that I knew of old. Then he began to chat of all things except ourselves and diseases, and with such an infinite geniality that I could see poor Lucy's pretense of animations merge into reality. Then, without any seeming change, he brought the conversation gently around to his visit and suavely said, my dear young miss, I have the so great pleasure because you are so much beloved. That is much, my dear, even ever were there that which I do not see. They told me you were down in the spirit and that you were of a ghastly pale. To them I say poof, and he snapped his fingers at me and went on. But you and I shall show them how wrong they are. How can he, and he pointed at me with the same look and gesture as that, which once he pointed me out to his class on, or rather after, a particular occasion which he never fails to remind me of. know anything of a young lady's. He has his madmen's to play with and and to bring them back to happiness and to those that love them. It is much to do, and oh, but there are rewards in that we can bestow such happiness. But the young ladies, he has no wife nor daughter, and the young do not tell themselves to the young, but to the old like me, who have known so many sorrows and the causes of them. So, my dear, we will send him away to smoke the cigarette in the garden, whilst you and I have a little talk all to ourselves. I took the hint and strolled about, and presently the professor came to the window and called me in. He looked grave, but said, I have made careful examination, but there is no functional cause. With you, I agree that there has been much blood lost. It has been, but is not. But the conditions of her are in no way anemic. I have asked her to send me her maid, and that I may ask you just and that I may ask just one or two question, that so I may not chance to miss nothing. I know well what she will say, and yet there is cause. There is always cause for everything. I must go back home and think. You must send to me the telegram every day, and if there be cause, I shall come again. The disease, for not to be all well is a disease, interests me, and the sweet young dear, she interests me too. She charmed me, and for her, if not for you or disease, I come. As I tell you, I'm sorry. There's an innuendo in this last sentence I read. She charmed me, and for her, if not for your disease, I come. All right, Dr. House. Jesus. Also, nice catch with the stormy. As I tell you, he would not say a word more, even when we were alone. And so now, and so now, Art, you know all I know. I shall keep stern watch. I trust your poor father is rallying. It must be a terrible thing to you, my dear old fellow, to be placed in such a position between two people who are both so dear to you. I know your idea of duty to your father, and you are right to stick to it, but if need be, I shall send you word to come at once to Lucy. So do not be over anxious unless you hear from me. Dr. Seward's diary. 4th of, Sep- 4th of September. Thank you. Thank you, Eli, for doing the dirty. For keeping track of that. Thank you, Eli. Dr. Seward's diary. 4th of September. Zoophagus patient still keeps up our interest in him. He had only one outburst, and that was yesterday at an unusual time. Just before the stroke of noon, he began to grow restless. The attendant knew the symptoms and at once summoned aid. Fortunately, the men came at a run and were just in time, for at the stroke of noon he became so violent that it took all their strength to hold him. In about 5 minutes, however, he began to get more and more quiet, and finally sank into a sort of melancholy in which state he has remained upon to now. The attendant tells me that his screams whilst in the paroxysm were really appalling. I found my hands full when I got in, attending to some of the other patients who were frightened by him. Indeed, I can quite understand the effect, for the sounds disturbed even me, though I was some distance away. It is now after the dinner hour of the asylum, and as yet my patient sits in a corner brooding, with a dull, sullen, woebegone look in his face, which seems rather to indicate that to show something directly. I cannot understand it. Later, another change in my patient. At 5 o'clock, I looked in on him and found him seemingly as happy and contented as he used to be. He was catching flies and eating them, and was keeping note of his capture by making nail marks on the edge of the door between the ridges of padding. When he saw me, he came over and apologized for his bad conduct, and asked me in a very humble, cringing way to be led back to his own room and to have his notebook again. I was like, what? And I was like, oh, it's because he's in the padded room and not his own room. Uh, and asked me in a very humble, cringing way to be led back to his own room and to have his notebook again. I thought it well to humor him, so he is back in his room with the window open. He has the sugar of his tea spread out on the windowsill and is reaping quite a harvest of flies. He is not now eating them, but putting them into a box as of old, and is already examining the corners of his room to find a spider. I tried to get him to talk about the past few days, for any clue to his thoughts would be of immense help to me, but he would not rise. For a moment or two he looked very sad, and said in a sort of far-away voice, as though saying it rather to himself than to me, "All over, all over. He has deserted me. No hope for me now unless I do it for myself." Then, suddenly turning to me in a resolute way, he said, "Doctor, won't you be very good to me and let me have a little more sugar? I think it would be good for me. And the flies, I said. Yes, the flies like it too, and I like the flies. Therefore, I like it. And there are people who know so little as to think that the and there are people who know so little as to think that madmen do not argue. I procured him a double supply and left him as happy as a man as, I suppose, any in the world. I wish I could fathom his mind. Midnight. Another change in him. I had been to see Miss Westenra, whom I found much better, and had just returned, and was standing at our own gate looking at the sunset when once more I heard him yelling. As his room is on this side of the house, I could hear it better than in the morning. It was a shock to me to turn from the wonderful smoky beauty of a sunset over London, with its lurid lights and inky shadows and all the marvelous tints that come on foul clouds, even as on foul water, and to realize all the grim sternness of my own cold stone building with its wealth of breathing misery and my own desolate heart to endure it all. I reached him just as the sun was going down, and from his window saw the red disk sink. As it sank, he became less and less frenzied, and just as it dipped, he slid from the hands that held him, an inert mass on the floor. It is wonderful, however, what intellectual recuperative power lunatics have, for within a few minutes he stood up quite calmly and looked around him. I signaled to the attendants not to hold him, for I was anxious to see what he would do. He went straight over to the window and brushed out the crumbs of sugar. Then he took his fly box and emptied it outside, and threw away the box. Then he shut the window and, crossing over, sat down on the bed. All this surprised me, so I asked him, "Are you not going to be keeping flies any more?" "No," said he. "I am sick of all that rubbish." He certainly is a wonderfully interesting study. I wish I could get some glimpse of his mind or of the cause of his sudden passion. Stop. There may be a clue after all if we can find why today his paroxysm came on at high noon and at sunset. Can it be that there is a malign influence of the sun at periods which affects certain natures, as at times the moon does others? We shall see. Right, because the I think the term lunatics comes from like the moon, right? Like the idea that people are crazier at night, something like that. Or there's something there. Telegram, Seward, London, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. 4 September. Patient still better today. Telegram, Seward, London, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. 5th September. Patient greatly improved. Good appetite. Sleeps naturally. Good spirits. Color coming back. Telegram, Seward, London, to Van Helsing, Amsterdam. 6th September. Terrible change for the worse. Come at once. Do not lose an hour. I hold over telegram to Homewood till have seen you. Uh-oh. Damn, she was doing good for 2 days, and the third day, it's not doing great. Okay, chapter 10. You know what? Because it's 11:43. Don't worry, I'm not gonna stop right now. But before midnight, I want to do my Duolingo. So hold on. Let me just put this, since we're at the start of another chapter. Let me just do that real quick. I do the Spanish Duolingo just because it's quick. Well, it's quick for me because I hear Spanish all the time. And I can read it pretty well. But yeah, it's probably going to take me like 2 minutes. Nosotros corrimos en el parque ayer. Nosotros comimos unos platos muy buenos. Oop. Esta mañana bebimos un chocolate caliente muy bueno. They had hot chocolate. Yum. Yesterday we went out for breakfast. Last night we walked very little. Ayer salimos a desayunar a un café nuevo. Anoche. Oh, hello. Vimos una película nueva anoche. Dormimos mucho después de la fiesta. Ayer comimos un sándwich muy caro en el restaurante del museo. Y después visitaste el museo, ¿no? Stop it. Let that go. Ayer mi hija y nos quedamos en casa y vimos una película muy buena. Oops. We already drank this wine. Okay, whatever. She going she going speaking chancla when she finds the camera on Shadow's collar. Oh my god. Why? You're allowed to watch me. Shoot, you think my camera is attached to the computer all the time for no reason? It's just for you, teddy bear. Now, if anyone else is watching through the cameras, that's when there's a problem. At least, when I'm not streaming. Baby. Oh my god. This little punk keeps walking around my desk like it's nothing. Like it's nothing. Bibby, sit your bottom down. Thank you, Bibby. Oh my god. Did you change the color on my thing or did you. What the fuck? What did you do? I'm shocked. And he dropped my water. Thankfully, he spilled it all over the floor and not anywhere else. Oop, am I even. Okay. So he did just change the color on this and he didn't mute me. There we go. Well, I normally share the cam with our wife, so. Well, yeah, but obviously my spouses can watch me whenever they like. Shoot. Y'all can watch me whenever you like. You can take pictures whenever you like. My child, do you see what you did? You spilled my water all over the floor. Thankfully, it's away from like all my wires over here. So it's just now my floor is wet. And now he's looking at the floor like, damn it. Because he can't get down. Oh no, the consequences of your actions. Oh, he's gonna jump from my bed. Go on then. Okay then. Next time, stop messing around my fucking wires. Knocking stuff off my desk. And now he's behind me. He's on this side. Alright. But did I do my Duolingo lesson? Yeah, okay. I have Duolingo and I have this app called Finch that I sometimes forget to log my stuff on. Okay. Oops, I accidentally clicked something, but it's fine. Alright. He is like stepping over water. I just heard the rifle rack a bullet. K about ready to send Mama Dyer over. What do you mean? Oh, you mean at the idea of someone else being able to see me but except for y'all? That's not possible. That would never happen. Ooh, okay. Chapter 10. And we got some roses on here. We got roses and it looks like blood. Like some blood drips. Oops. Alright. Alright. Chapter 10. Letter Dr. Seward to Honorable Arthur Holmwood. 6th September. My dear Art, my news today is not so good. Lucy this morning had gone back a bit. There is, however, one good thing which has arisen from it. Mrs. Westenra was naturally anxious concerning Lucy, and has consulted me professionally about her. I took advantage of the opportunity and told her that my old master, Van Helsing, the great specialist, was coming to stay with me, and that I would put her in his charge conjointly with myself, so now we can come and go without alarming her unduly, for a shock to her would mean sudden death, and this, in Lucy's weak condition, might be disastrous for her. We are hedged in with difficulties, all of us. I'm like, is this a typo? Because it says TMY. Jesus. Oh! Shadow. Oh, Christ. Shit. He just dropped a glass thing, and I think I have glass on my floor right now. Hold on. Thank God. Okay, it survived. It survived. We're good. We're good. He went for a jump and missed and, like, slammed into the side of my desk and dropped my... You've seen this before, darling. My chalice that I use for my... I hear something... It was that he knocked my water thing over again when he... I think these... I think my water bottle and this smacked together, so it made a crazy sound. Come on. Fuck. All right. He got Red Dragon all fucking wet. I didn't even know it fell on the floor. Baby, what the fuck? Your other mother gave this to me. Shit. Okay, it's just like the ends are wet. Okay, we're good. Baby, Christ. The only other thing he dropped was my hairbrush, it seems. Thankfully, it was just the one book, but Jesus. Shadow. You really went all for destruction just then. Christ. This is your veterinarian papers. I'm going to put that there because I do need to remember. Well, I need to remember to get his shots for next week. We were going to go this weekend, but Mom found a thing that they're doing like free shots on Friday. Not the books. Yeah. I know, it was just Red Dragon too. I'm like, fuck, come on. Really? But apparently, I don't, he dropped it. It must have been like on my desk or something. You little punk. You little punk. You're lucky you're so cute and that you're just like, he's sitting innocently now. And he's licking his foot because he got his own foot wet. Oh my God, Shadow. Christ. Alright. Well, I'm gonna remove this book from my desk too now. Jesus. Apparently he can knock all my shit down. Baby. Leave those alone. He's playing with. Okay. Fine, fine. You want another ball of. Come here. You can have another ball. But you have to play with it in here, okay? You got it? You promised me. Stop playing with the wires. Alright? That's why you dropped all that stuff. Okay? No more dropping wires. He jumped so nimbly. Um. Christ. I'm like, where was I? Oh. We are hedged in with difficulties, all of us. My poor old fellow. But please, God, we shall come through them all right. If any need, I shall write, so that if you do not hear from me, take it for granted that I am simply waiting for news. In haste, yours ever, John Seward. Dr. Seward's diary, 7th of September. The first thing Van Helsing said to me when we met at Liverpool Street was, "Have you said anything to our young friend, the lover of her?" Sorry. Sorry. I didn't want to sneeze like right into the mic. Have you said anything to our young friend, the lover of her? No, I said. I waited till I had seen you. As I said in my telegram, I wrote him a letter simply telling him that you were coming, as Miss Westenra was not so well, and that I should let him know if need be. Right, my friend, he said, quite right. Better he not know as yet. Perhaps he shall never know. I pray so. But if it be needed, then he shall know. But if it be needed, then he shall know all. And, my good friend John, let me caution you. You deal with the madman. All men are mad in some way or the other, and inasmuch as you deal discreetly with your madmen, so deal with God's madmen, too, the rest of the world. You tell not your madmen what you do, nor why you do it. You tell them not what you think. So you shall keep knowledge in its place, where it may rest, where it may gather its kind around it and breed. You and I shall keep as yet what we know here and here. He touched me on the heart and on the forehead, and then he touched himself the same way. Sorry. And then he touched himself the same way. All right, then. Also, thank you for the bless, Eli. Bless right before I tell a dirty joke. Oops. Christ. Thank you, darling. Thank you for the bless. I have for myself thoughts at the present. Later I shall unfold to you. Why not now? I asked. It may do some good. We may arrive at some decision. He stopped and looked at me and said, my friend John, when the corn is grown, even before it has ripened, while the milk of its mother earth is in him, and the sunshine has. I'm sorry. I'm like, while the milk of its mother earth is in him. Okay. Um, and the sunshine has not yet begun to paint him with his gold. The husbandman he pull the ear and rub him between his rough hands, and blow away the green chaff and say to you, look, he's good corn, he will make good crop when the time comes. That was a euphemism, right? I'm not crazy. That seems like a innuendo. I'm sorry, the image in my head too was like, what? Just a man like grabbing a piece like an ear of corn and then rubbing it between his hands like, stop. That's not okay. Stop it. Christ. I did not see the application and told him so. For reply, he reached over and took my ear in his hand and pulled it playfully, as he used long ago to do at lectures, and said, damn, is he flirting with you? Don't pull his ear like that. Nah, I'm kidding. The good husband the good husbandman tell you so then because he knows, but not till then. But you do not find the good husbandman dig up his planted corn to see if he grow. That is for the children who play at husbandry, and not for those who take it as of the work of their life. See you now, friend John? I have sown my corn, and nature has her work to do in making it sprout. If he sprout at all, there's some promise, and I wait till the ear begins to swell. All right then. He broke off, for he evidently saw that I understood. Then he went on very gravely. You were always a careful student, and your case book was ever more full than the rest. You were you were only student then. Now you are master, and I trust that good habit has not failed. Remember, my friend, that knowledge is stronger than memory, and we should not trust the weaker. Even if you have not kept the good practice, let me tell you that this case of our dear miss is one that may be mind, I say may be of such interest to us and others that all the rest may not make him kick the beam, as your people say. Take then good note of it. Nothing is too small, I counsel you. Put down in record even your doubts and surmises. Hereafter, it may be of interest to you to see how true you guess. We learn from failure, not from success. When I described Lucy's symptoms, the same as before, but infinitely more marked, he looked very grave, but said nothing. He took with him a bag in which were many instruments and drugs, the ghastly paraphernalia of our beneficial trade, as he once called in one of his lectures the equipment of a professor of the healing craft. When we were shown in, Mrs. Westenra met us. She was alarmed, but not nearly so much as I expected to find her. Nature, in one of her beneficent moods, has ordained that even death has some antidote to its own terrors. Here, in a case where any shock may prove fatal, matters are so ordered that, from some cause or other, the things not personal, even the terrible change in her daughter to whom she is so attached, do not seem to reach her. It is something like the way Dame Nature gathers around a foreign body an envelope of some insensitive tissue which can protect from evil that which it would otherwise harm by contact. If this be an ordered selfishness, then we should pause before we condemn anyone for the vice of egoism, for there may be deeper root for its cause than we have knowledge of. I used my knowledge of this phase of spiritual pathology and laid down a rule that she should not be present with Lucy or think of her illness more than was absolutely required. She assented readily, so readily that I saw again the hand of nature fighting for life. Van Helsing and I were shown up to Lucy's room. If I was shocked when I saw her yesterday, I was horrified when I saw her today. She was ghastly, chalkily pale, and the red seemed to have gone from her lips and gums, and the bones of her face stood out prominently. Her breathing was painful to see. Her breathing was painful to see or hear. Van Helsing's face grew set as marble, and his eyebrows converged till they almost touched over his nose. Lucy lay motionless and did not seem to have strength to speak, so for a while we were all silent. Then Van Helsing beckoned to me, and we went gently out of the room. The instant we had closed the door, he stepped quickly along the passage to the next door, which was open. Then he pulled me quickly in with him and closed the door. My God, he said, this is dreadful. There is no time to be lost. She will die for sheer want of blood to keep the heart's action as it should be. There must be transfusion of blood at once. Is it you or me? I am younger and stronger, Professor. It must be me. Then get ready at once. I will bring up my bag. I am prepared. I went downstairs with him, and as we were going there was a knock at the hall door. When we reached the hall, the maid had just opened the door and Arthur was stepping quickly in. He rushed up to me, saying in an eager whisper, Jack, I was so anxious. I read between the lines of your letter, and have been in agony. The dad was better, so I ran down here to see for myself. Is not the gentleman Dr. Van Helsing? I am so thankful to you, sir, for coming. When first the professor's eyes had lit upon him, he had been angry at his interruption at such a time, but now, as he took in his stalwart proportions and recognized the strong young manhood which seemed to eminence from him, his eyes gleamed. Without a pause, he said to him gravely as he held out his hand, Sir, you have come in time. You are the lover of our dear miss. She is bad, very, very bad. Nay, my child, do not go like that. For he suddenly grew pale and sat down in a chair, almost fainting. You are to help her. You can do more than any that live, and your courage is your best help. What can I do? Asked Arthur hoarsely. Tell me, and I shall do it. My life is hers, and I would give the last drop of blood in my body for her. The professor has a strongly humorous side, and I could, from old knowledge, detect a trace of its origin in his answer. My young sir, I do not ask so much as that. Not the last. What shall I do? There was a fire in his eyes, and his open nostril quivered with intent. Van Helsing slapped him on the shoulder. Come, he said. You are a man, and it is a man we want. You are better than me, better than my friend John. Arthur looked bewildered, and the professor went on by explaining in a kindly way. Young Miss is bad, very bad. She wants blood, and blood she must have or die. My friend John and I have consulted, and we are about to perform what we call transfusion of blood, to transfer from full veins to one to the to transfer from full veins of one to the empty veins which pine for him. John was to give his blood, as he is much more young and stronger than me. As he is much more young and strong than me. Here, Arthur took my hand and wrung it hard in silence. But now you are here. You are more good than us, old or young, who toil much in the world of thought. Our nerves are not so calm, and our blood not so bright than yours. Arthur turned to him and said, If only you knew how gladly I would die for her, you would understand. He stopped with a sort of choke in his voice. Good boy, said Van Helsing. In the not so far off you will be happy that you have done all for her you love. Come now and be silent. You shall kiss her once before it is done. But then you must go, and you must leave at my sign. Say no word to Madame. You know how it is with her. There must be no shock. Any knowledge of this would be one. Come. Damn, that's a lot of demanding. And that good boy, damn. All right, I think at this point the count should be at 11. I made at least 2 jokes already. We all went up to Lucy's room. Arthur, by direction, remained outside. Lucy turned her head and looked at us, but said nothing. She was not asleep, but she was simply too weak to make the effort. Her eyes spoke to us then. Her eyes spoke to us, that was all. Van Helsing took some things from his bag and laid them on a little table out of sight. Thank you, darling. By the way, I'm calling Eli darling that in this case. Thank you, teddy bear. She was not asleep, but she was simply too weak to make the effort. Her eyes spoke to us, that was all. Van Helsing took some things from his bag and laid them on a little table out of sight. Then he mixed a narcotic and coming over to the bed said cheerily, Now, little miss, here is your medicine. Drink it off like a good child. See, I lift you so that you...
Fuck this guy!
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I did know that the ad was gonna come, but I didn't notice when it did. Shit. Thank you, Eli, for that. That scared the fuck out of me, though. Oh, shit, man. Part of me wants to go get more water, but I'm also like, it's late, and I think I might wake up Dad if I go do that. Plus, Shadow might leave the room if I do it, so I'll just skip it. I'll just. Where am I, by the way? I don't remember where I am. So we're on chapter 10. I'm just flipping to see how long the next chapters are. That's all. Our son is under me. Well, he's in his little bed beneath me, and I can feel him licking. And his like, he's like leaning his elbow on my foot because he's a silly boy. I can't decide if I'm gonna go to till 1 or if I'm gonna stop before that. We'll see. Sent a character idea to the wifey's Discord. Does that mean to both of us? Let's see. This healer is I want to build. Oh my gosh. So I just realized I have tabs open for people, but I'm also don't have some tabs open. Oh, good. Okay. I only missed when EXO went live, so we're good. Did the ads just end? I think they ended. All right. Welcome back from the ads break, starlings. Let me see. Where was I? Uh, Now, little miss, here is your medicine. Drink it off like a good child. See, I lift you so that to swallow it. I lift you so that to swallow is easy. Yes. She had made the effort with success. It astonished me how long the drug took to act. To act. This is, in fact, marked the extent of her weakness. This, in fact, marked the extent of her weakness. This time seemed endless until sleep began to flicker in her eyelids. At last, however, the narcotic began to manifest its potency, and she fell into a deep sleep. When the professor was satisfied, he called Arthur into the room and bade him strip off his coat. Then he added, "You may take that one little kiss whiles I bring over the table. Friend John helped to me." So neither of us looked whilst he bent over her. Van Helsing, turning to me, said, "He is so young and strong and of blood so pure that we need not defibrinate it." That we need not. I'm guessing that he means that we don't need to filter it. And I'm just like, bro, you don't even know if their blood types match, but okay. Eli, I can't hydrate. Our son knocked my water off onto the floor, remember? And if I go get some, I might wake someone up. Because it's 12. I mean, unless you really want me to try to go get water. If you really want me to try, I'll go. But otherwise, I'm going to stay here. No, it's fine. Okay. I'm just checking. I mean, if you really need me hydrated for later, I'll do whatever you say. Just for you, though. I just want to save your voice a bit. I know. I might end soon. Maybe just I'll either finish with this chapter or the next, okay? Thank you for trying to take care of me. Thank you, Big Bear. Then, with swiftness, but with absolute method, Van Helsing performed the operation. As the transfusions went on, something like life seemed to come back to poor Lucy's cheeks, and through Arthur's growing pallor, the joy of his face seemed absolutely to shine. After a bit, I began to grow anxious, for the loss of blood was telling on Arthur, strong man as he was. It gave me an idea of what a terrible strain Lucy's system must have undergone that what weakened Arthur only partially restored her. Jesus, that is kind of creepy. If you're just like, damn, she's like really, she must have like really been on the close to death. My parry tongue, you tease me. No, I want to be the reason you lose your voice. Oh, okay then. I mean, we can arrange that too. Damn. I love it, teddy bear. Baby, why did you get out of? Okay, he got out of his bed, but he's just laying on the floor over there. He's like, I've heard enough of my parents flirting. But the professor's face was set, and he stood watch in hand and with his eyes fixed now on the patient and now on Arthur. I could hear my own heartbeat. Presently he said in a soft voice, "Do not stir an instant. It is enough. You attend him. I will look to her." When all was over, I could see how much Arthur was weakened. I dressed the wound and took his arm to bring him away when Van Helsing spoke without turning around. The man seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. The brave lover, I think, deserves another kiss, which he shall have presently, and as he had now finished his operation, he adjusted the pillow to the patient's head. As he did so, the narrow black velvet band which she seemed to always wear around her throat, buckled with an old diamond buckle which her lover had given her, was dragged a little up and showed a red mark on her throat. Arthur did not notice it, but I could hear the deep hiss of indrawn breath, which is one of Van Helsing's way of betraying emotions. He said nothing at the moment, but turned to me, saying, "Now take down our brave young lover, give him to the give him of the port wine, and let him lie down a while. He must then go home and rest, sleep much and eat much, that he may be recruited of what he has to give of that he may be recruited of what he has so given to his love. He must not stay here. Hold a moment. I may take it, sir, that you are anxious of result. Then bring it with you that in all ways the operation is successful. You have saved her life this time, and you can go home and rest easy in mind that all that can be is. I shall tell her all when she is well. She shall love you none the less for what you have done. Goodbye. When Arthur had gone, I went back to the room. Lucy was sleeping gently, but her breathing was stronger. I could see the counterpane move as her breath heaved, as her breast heaved. By the bedside sat Van Helsing, looking at her intently. The velvet band again covered the red mark. I asked the professor in a whisper, "What do you make of that mark on her throat?" "What do you make of it?" "I have not examined it yet," I answered, and then and there proceeded to loose the band. Just over the external jugular vein there were two punctures, not large but not wholesome looking. There was no sign of disease, but the edges were white and worn looking, as if by some trituration. It at once occurred to me that this wound, or whatever it was, might be the means of that manifest loss of blood, but I abandoned the idea as soon as formed, for such a thing could not be. The whole bed would have been drenched to a scarlet with the blood which the girl must have lost to leave such a pallor as she had before the transfusion. "Well," said Van Helsing. "Well," said I can make nothing of it." The professor stood up. "I must go back to Amsterdam tonight," he said. "There are books and things there which I want. You must remain here all the night, and you must not let your sight pass from her." "Shall I have a nurse?" I asked. "We are the best nurses, you and I. You keep watch all night. See that she is well fed, and that nothing disturbs her. You must not sleep all the night. Later on we can sleep, you and I. I shall be back as soon as possible, and then we may begin." "May begin?" I said. "What on earth do you mean?" "We shall see," he answered as he hurried out. He came back a moment later and put his head inside the door and said with warning finger held up, "Remember, she is your charge. If you leave her and harm befall, you shall not sleep easy thereafter." Dr. Seward's diary continued. 8 September. I sat up all night with Lucy. The opiate worked itself off toward dusk, and she waked naturally. She looked a different being from what she had been before the operation. Her spirits even were good, and she was full of a happy vivacity, but I could see the evidence of the absolute prostration which she had undergone. When I told Mrs. Westenra that Dr. Van Helsing had directed that I should sit up with her, she almost pooh-poohed the idea, pointing out her daughter's renewed strength and excellent spirits. I was firm, however, and made preparations for my long vigil. When her maid had prepared for her the night, I came in, having in the meantime had supper, and took a seat by the bedside. She did not in any way make objection, but looked at me gratefully whenever I caught her eye. After a long spell she seemed sinking off to sleep, but with an effort seemed to pull herself together and shook it off. This was repeated several times with greater effort and with shorter pauses as the time moved on. It was apparent that she did not want to sleep, so I tackled the subject at once. "You do not want to go to sleep?" "No, I am afraid." "Afraid to go to sleep? Why so? It is the boon we all crave for." "Ah, not if you were like me. If sleep was to you a presage of horror." "A presage of horror? What on earth do you mean?" "I don't know. Oh, I don't know. And that is what is so terrible. All this weakness comes to me in sleep, until I dread the very thought. But, my dear girl, you may sleep tonight. I am here watching you, and I can promise that nothing will happen." "Ah, I can trust you." I seized the opportunity and said, "I promise you that if I see any evidence of bad dreams, I will wake you at once." "You will? Oh, will you really? How good you are to me. Then I will sleep." And almost at the word she gave a deep sigh of relief and sank back asleep. All night long I watched by her. She never stirred, but slept on and on in a deep, tranquil, life-giving, health-giving sleep. Her lips were slightly parted, and her breast rose and fell with the regularity of a pendulum. There was a smile on her face, and it was evident that no bad dreams had come to disturb her peace of mind. In the early morning her maid came and left her in her care, and took myself back home, for I was anxious about many things. I sent a short wire to Van Helsing and to Arthur, telling them of the excellent result of the operation. My own work, with its manifold arrears, took me all day to clear off. It was dark when I was able to inquire about my zoophagous patient. The report was good. He had been quite quiet for the past day and night. a telegram came from Van Helsing at Amsterdam whilst I was at dinner, suggesting that I should be at Hillingham tonight as it might be well to be at hand, and stating that he was leaving by the night mail and would join me early in the morning. Shadow, ew, they kissing again. Yeah, apparently Shadow's like, "Ugh, they got cooties." He is at the like preteen stage of being. He was born February, from what his paperwork says. So that makes him 5 months old. Yeah, 5 months. Because I think it says his birth, like, I believe his paperwork says he was born February 13. So right before Valentine's. I believe that makes him an Aquarius. Or a Pisces. I can't remember. Um, I think Carl's birthday is around there too, he said. Uh, but it's February and we're in July. Well, yeah, like 5.5 months, almost 6 months. He's a silly boy. Um, 9th of September. I was pretty tired and worn out when I got to Hillingham. For 2 nights I had hardly had a wink of sleep, and my brain was beginning to feel that numbness which marks cerebral exhaustion. Lucy was up and in cheerful spirits. When she shook hands with me, she looked sharply in my face and said, "No sitting up tonight for you. You are worn out. I am quite well again, indeed I am, and if there is to be any sitting up, it is I who will sit up with you." I would not argue the point, but went and had my supper. Lucy came with me, and enlivened by her charming presence, I made an excellent meal and had a couple of glasses of the more than excellent port. Then Lucy took me upstairs and showed me a room next to her own, where a cozy fire was burning. "Now," she said, "you must stay here. I shall leave this door open and my door too. You can lie on the sofa, for I know that nothing would induce any of you doctors to go to bed whilst there is a patient above the horizon. If I want anything I shall call out, and you can come to me at once." I could not but acquiesce, for I was dog tired, and could not have sat up had I tried. So, on her renewing her promise to call me if she should want anything, I lay on the sofa and forgot all about everything. Lucy Westenra's diary, 9 of September. I feel so happy tonight. I have been so miserably weak that to be able to think and move about is like feeling sunshine after a long spell of east wind out of a steel sky. Somehow Arthur feels very, very close to me. I seem to feel his presence warm about me. I suppose it is I suppose it is that sickness and weakness are selfish things, and turn our inner eyes and sympathy on ourselves, whilst health and strength give love rein, and in thought and feeling he can wander where he wills. I know where my thoughts are, if Arthur only knew. My dear, your ears must tingle as you sleep, as mine do waking. Oh, the blissful rest of last night! How I slept with that dear, good Dr. Seward watching me. And tonight I shall not fear to sleep, since he is close at hand and within call. Thank everybody for being so good to me. Thank God. Good night, Arthur. Dr. Seward's diary. 10th of September. I was conscious of the professor's hand on my head, and started awake all in a second. That is one of the things that we learn in an asylum, at any rate. And how was our patient? Well, when I left her, or rather when she left me, I answered. Well, when I left her, I answered. Come, let us see, he said, and together we went into the room. The blind was down, and I went over to raise it gently, whilst Van Helsing stepped, with his soft cat-like tread, over to the bed. As I raised the blind and the morning sunlight flooded the room, I heard the professor's low hiss of inspiration, and knowing its rarity, a deadly fear shot through my heart. As I passed over, he moved back, and his excla- and I As I passed over, he moved back, and his exclamation of horror, "Gott in Himmel," needed no enforcement from his agonized face. He raised his hand and pointed to the bed, and his iron face was drawn and ashen white. I felt my knees begin to tremble. There on the bed, seemingly in a swoon, lay poor Lucy, more horribly white and wan-looking than ever. Even the lips were white, and the gums seemed to have shrunken back from the teeth, as we sometimes see in a corpse after a prolonged illness. Van Helsing raised his foot to stamp in anger, but the instinct of his life and all the long years of habit stood to him, and he put it down again softly. "Quick," he said, "bring the brandy." I flew to the dining room and returned with the decanter. He wetted the poor white lips with it, and together we rubbed palm and wrist and heart. He felt her heart, and after a few moments of agonizing suspense, said, "It is not too late. It beats, though but feebly. All our work is undone. We must begin again. There is no young Arthur here now. I have to call on you yourself this time, friend John." As he spoke, he was dipping into his bag and producing the instrument for transfusion. I had taken off my coat and rolled up my shirt sleeve. There was no possibility of an opiate just at present, and no need of one, and so, without a moment's delay, we began the operation. After a time, it did not seem a short time either, for the draining away of one's blood, no matter how willingly it be given, is a terrible feeling. Van Helsing held up a warning finger. "Do not stir," he said, "but I fear that with growing strength she may wake, and that would make danger. Oh, so much danger. But I shall precaution take. I shall give hypodermic injection of morphia." He proceeded then, swiftly and deftly, to carry out his intent. The effect on Lucy was not bad, for the faint seemed to merge subtly into narcotic sleep. It was with a feeling of personal pride that I could see a tinge of color steal back into the pallid cheeks and lips. No man knows till he experiences it what it is to feel his own life blood drawn away into the veins of the woman he loves. The professor watched me critically. "That will do," he said. "Already?" I remonstrated. "You took a great deal more than art." "Oh, you took a great deal more from art." To which he smiled, a sad sort of smile, as he replied, "He is her lover, her fiancé. You have work, much work, to do for her and for others, and the present will suffice." When we stopped the operation, he attended to Lucy whilst I applied digital pressure to my own incision. I laid down whilst I waited his leisure to attend to me, for I felt faint and a little sick. By and by he bound up my wound and sent me downstairs to get a glass of wine for myself. As I was leaving the room, he came after me and half whispered, "Mind, nothing must be said of this. If our young lover should turn up unexpected, as before, no word to him. It would be at once frighten him and jealous him too. There must be none. So, when I came back there, so when I came back, he looked at me carefully and then said, 'You are not much worse. Go into the room and lie on your sofa and rest a while. Then have much breakfast and come here to me.' I followed out his orders, for I knew how right and wise they were. I had done my part, and now my next duty was to keep up my strength. I felt very weak, and in the weakness lost something of the amazement at what had occurred. I fell asleep on the sofa, however, wondering over and over again how Lucy had made such a retrograde movement, and how she could have drained of so much blood with no sign anywhere to show for it. I think I must have continued my wonder in my dreams, for sleeping and waking my thoughts always came back to the little punctures in her throat, and the ragged, exhausted appearance of their edges, tiny though they were. Lucy slept well into the day, and when she woke, she was fairly well and strong, though not nearly so much so as the day before. When Van Helsing had seen her, he went out for a walk, leaving me in charge with strict injunctions that I was not to leave her for a moment. I could hear his voice in the hall asking the way to the nearest telegraph office. Lucy chatted with me freely and seemed quite unconscious that anything had happened. I tried to keep her amused and interested. When her mother came up to see her, she did not seem to notice any change whatever, but said to me gratefully, "We owe you so much, Dr. Seward, for all you have done, but you really must now take care not to overwork yourself. You are looking pale yourself. You want a wife to nurse and look after you a bit, that you do." As she spoke, Lucy turned crimson, though it was only momentarily, for her poor wasted veins could not stand for long such an unwonted drain to the head. The reaction came in excessive pallor as she turned imploring eyes on me. I smiled and nodded, and laid my finger on my lips. With a sigh, she sank back amid her pillows. Van Helsing returned in a couple of hours, and presently said to me, "Now you go home and eat much and drink enough. Make yourself strong. I stay here tonight, and I shall sit up with the little miss myself. You and I must watch the case, and we must have none other to know. I have grave reasons. No, do not ask them. Think what you will. Do not fear to think even the most not probable. Good night." In the hall, two of the maids came to me and asked if they or either of them might not sit up with Miss Lucy. They implored me to let them, and when I said it was Dr. Van Helsing's wish that either he or I should sit up, they asked me quite piteously to intercede with the foreign gentlemen. I was much touched by their kindness. Perhaps it is because I am weak at present, and perhaps because it was on Lucy's account, that their devotion was manifested. For over and over again have I seen similar instances of woman's kindness. I got back here in time for a late dinner, went my rounds all well, and set this down whilst waiting for sleep. It is coming. 11th of September. This afternoon I went over to Hellingham, found Van Helsing in excellent spirits, and Lucy much better. Shortly after I had arrived, a big parcel from abroad came for the professor. He opened it with much empressement, amused, of course, and showed a great bundle of white flowers. There, these are for you, Miss Lucy, he said. For me? Oh, Dr. Van Helsing. Yes, my dear, but not for you to play with. These are medicines. Here, Lucy made a wry face. Nay, but they are not to take in but Nay, but they are not to take in decoction or in nauseous form, so you need not to snub that so charming nose, or I shall point out to my friend Arthur what woes he may have to endure in seeing so much beauty that he loves so much distort. Aha, my pretty miss, that bring the so nice nose all straight again. This is medicinal, but you do not know how. I put him I put him in your window. I make pretty wreath and hang him around your neck so that you sleep well. Oh yes, they like the lotus flower make your trouble forgotten. It smells so like the waters of Lethe and of the fountain of youth that the conquistadors sought for in the Floridas, and find him all too late. Whilst he was speaking, Lucy had been examining the flowers and smelling them. Now she threw them down, saying with half laughter and half disgust, "Oh, Professor, I believe you are only putting up a joke on me. Why, these flowers are only common garlic." To my surprise, Van Helsing rose up and said with all his sternness, his iron jaw set and his bushy eyebrows meeting, "No trifling with me. I never jest. There's grim purpose in all I do, and I warn you that you do not thwart me. Take care for the sake of others is not for your own." Then, seeing poor Lucy scared, as she might well be, he went on more gently, "Oh, little miss, my dear, do not fear me. I only do for your good, but there is much virtue to you in those so common flowers. See, I place them myself in your room. I make myself the wreath that you are to wear. But hush, no telling to others that makes so inquisitive questions. We must obey, and silence is a part of obedience. And obedience is to bring you strong and well into loving arms that wait for you." Ew, I don't like how he said that. We must obey, and silence is a part of obedience. All right, asshole. I'm sorry. I'm a Latina. That rubbed me the wrong way. Okay, I was like, where did our child go? He left my foot, but now he's laying like directly under my chair. Like he's like hugging one of the wheels. Um, but yeah, I'm like, all right, silence is not obedience. Don't put that in my don't put that out there. Nah, I don't like that. Um, Now sit still a while. Come with me, friend John, and you shall help me deck the room with my garlic, which is all the way from Haarlem, where my friend Vanderpool raised herb in his glass houses all the year. I had to telegraph yesterday, or they would not have been here. We went into the room, taking the flowers with us. The professor's actions were certainly odd, and not to be found in any pharmacopoeia that I ever heard of. First, he fastened up the windows and latched them securely. Next, taking a handful of the flowers, he rubbed them all over the sashes, as though to ensure that every whiff of air that might get in would be laden with the garlic smell. Then, with the wisp, he rubbed all over the jamb of the door, above, below, and at each side, and around the fireplace in the same way. It all seemed grotesque to me, and presently I said, "Well, Professor, I know you always have a reason for what you do, but this certainly puzzles me. It is well we have no skeptic here, or he would say that you are working some spell to keep out an evil spirit." "Perhaps I am," he answered quietly, as he began to make the wreath which Lucy was to wear around her neck. We then waited whilst Lucy made her toilet for the night, and when she was in bed, he came and himself fixed the wreath of garlic around her neck. The last words he said to her were, "Take care you do not disturb it, and even if the room feel close, do not tonight open the window or the door." "I promise," said Lucy, "and thank you both a thousand times for all your kindness to me. Oh, what have I done to be blessed with such friends?" As we left the house in my fly, which was waiting, Van Helsing said, "Tonight I can sleep in peace, and sleep I want. 2 nights of travel, much reading in the day between, and much anxiety on the day to follow, and a night to sit up, without to wink. Tomorrow in the morning early you call for me, and we come together to see our pretty miss, so much more strong for my spell which I have work." Ho ho! He seemed so confident that I, remembering my own confidence 2 nights before, and with the baneful result, felt awe and vague terror. It must have been my weakness that made me hesitate to tell it to my friend, but I felt it all the more, like unshed tears. Mm, let's see. How many pages is this chapter? Damn, is this a long chapter? Hold on. Am I just not seeing where chapter 12 starts? Okay, it's not as long as I thought it was. How's your voice doing? Um, I mean, it's starting to hurt a little, but I could keep going for another chapter. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm at page 178, and the chapter ends at 194. So that's what, 16 pages. We can do a little bit more. I might stop in the middle of the chapter. We'll see. Chapter 11: Lucy Westenra's Diary. 12th of September. How good. If we need to stop, we can. Look at vids for a little, but till it recovers some. I can do it. I can do a little bit more. Maybe I won't finish the chapter, but we'll see. Um, I'm like maybe I'll just go till 1, so it won't matter where we are in the chapter. 12th of September. How good they all are to me. I quite love that dear Dr. Van Helsing. I wonder why he was so anxious about these flowers. He positively frightened me, he was so fierce. And yet he must have been right, for I feel comfort from them already. Somehow I do not dread being alone tonight, and I can go to sleep without fear. I shall not mind any flapping outside the window. Oh, the terrible struggle that I have had against sleep so often of late. The pain of sleeplessness, or the pain of the fear of sleep, with such unknown horrors as it has for me. How blessed are some people whose lives are. Jesus. Sorry. For a second, I was like, did I close the app? How blessed are some people whose lives have no fears, no dreads, to whom sleep is a blessing that comes nightly and brings nothing but sweet dreams. While here I am tonight, hoping for sleep and lying like Ophelia in the play, with virgin krantz and maiden struments. I never liked garlic before, but tonight it is delightful. There is peace in its smell. I feel sleep coming already. Good night, everybody. Dr. Seward's Diary, 13th of September. Called at the Berkeley and found Van Helsing, as usual, up to time. The carriage ordered from the hotel was waiting. The professor took his bag, which he always brings with him now. Let all be put down exactly. Van Helsing and I arrived at Hillingham at 8 o'clock. It was a lovely morning. The bright sunshine and all the fresh feeling of early autumn seemed like the completion of nature's annual work. The leaves were turning to all kinds of beautiful colors, but had not yet begun to drop from the trees. When we entered, we met Mrs. Westenra, coming out of the morning room. She is always an early riser. She greeted us warmly and said, "You will be glad to know that Lucy is better. The dear child is still asleep." I looked into her room and saw her, but did not go in, lest I should disturb her. The professor smiled and looked quite jubilant. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Aha, I thought I had diagnosed the case. My treatment is working." To which she answered, "You must not take all the credit to yourself, doctor. Lucy's state this morning is due in part to me." "How do you mean, ma'am?" asked the professor. "Well, I was anxious about the dear child in the night and went into her room. She was sleeping soundly, so soundly that even my coming did not wake her. But the room was awfully stuffy. There was a lot of those horrible strong-smelling flowers about everywhere, and she had actually a bunch of them around her neck. I feared that the heavy odor would be too much for the dear child in her weak state, so I took them all away and opened a bit of the window to let in a little fresh air. You will be pleased with her, I am sure." Oh my god, she did like the biggest mistake. She moved off into her boudoir, where she usually breakfasts early. As she had spoken, I watched the professor's face and saw it turn ashen gray. He had been able to restrain his self-command whilst the poor lady was present, for he knew her state and how mischievous a shock would be. He actually smiled on her as he held open the door for her to pass into her room. But the instant she had disappeared, he pulled me, suddenly and forcibly, into the dining room and closed the door. Then, for the first time in my life, I saw Van Helsing break down. He raised his hands over his head in a sort of mute despair and then beat his palms together in a helpless way. Finally, he sat down on a chair and, putting his hands before his face, began to sob, with loud, dry sobs that seemed to come from the very racking of his heart. Then he raised his arms again as though appealing to the whole universe. God, 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 he said, what have we done? What has this poor thing done that we are so sore beset? Is there fate amongst us still, sent down from the pagan world of old that such things must be, and in such way? This poor mother, all unknowing and all for the best as she think, does such thing as lose her daughter body and soul, and we must not tell her, we must not even warn her, or she die, and then both die. Oh, how we are beset! How are all the powers of the devil against us? Suddenly he jumped to his feet. Come, he said. Come, we must see an act. Devils or no devils, or all the devils at once, it matters not. We fight him all the same. He went to the hall door for his bag, and together we went up to Lucy's room. For once, I drew up for once. Once again, I drew up the blind, whilst Van Helsing went toward the bed. This time he did not start as he looked on the poor face with the same awful waxen pallor as before. He wore a look of stern sadness and infinite pity. As I expected, he murmured, with that hissing inspiration of his which meant so much. Without a word he went and locked the door, and then began to set out on the little table the instruments for yet another operation of transfusion of blood. I had long ago recognized the necessity and began to take off my coat, but he stopped me with a warning hand. No, he said. Today you must operate. I shall provide. You are weakened already. As he spoke, he took off his coat and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Again the operation, again the narcotic, again some return of color to the ashy cheeks and the regular breathing of healthy sleep. This time I watched whilst Van Helsing recruited himself and rested. Presently, he took an opportunity of telling Miss Westerna that she must not remove anything from Lucy's room without consulting him, that the flowers were of medicinal value, and that the breathing of their odor was a part of the system of cure. Then he took over the care of the case himself, saying that he would watch this night and the next, and would send me word when to come. After another hour, Lucy waked from her sleep, fresh and bright, and seemingly not much the worse for her terrible ordeal. What does it all mean? I am beginning to wonder if my long habit of life amongst the insane is beginning to tell upon my brain. Lucy Westenra's diary, 17th of September. 4 days and nights of peace. I am getting so strong again that I hardly know myself. It is as if I have passed through some long nightmare, and had just awakened to see the beautiful sunshine and feel the fresh air of the morning around me. I have a dim half remembrance of long, anxious times of waiting and fearing, darkness in which there was not even the pain of hope to make present distress more poignant, and then long spells of oblivion, and the rising back to life as a diver coming up through a great press of water. Since, however, Dr. Van Helsing has been with me, all this bad dreaming seems to have passed away. The noises that used to frighten me out of my wits, the flapping against the windows, the distant voices which seemed so close to me, the harsh sounds that came from I know not where and commanded me to do I know not what, have all ceased. I go to bed now without any fear of sleep. I do not even try to keep awake. I have grown quite fond of the garlic, and a boxful arrives for me every day from Haarlem. Tonight, Dr. Van Helsing is going away, as he has to be for a day in Amsterdam, but I need not to be watched. I am well enough to be left alone. Thank God for mother's sake, and dear Arthur's, and for all our friends who have been so kind. I shall not even feel the change, for last night Dr. Van Helsing slept in his chair a lot of the time. I found him asleep twice when I awoke, but I did not fear to go to sleep again, although the bows or bats or something napped almost angrily against the window panes. The Pall Mall Gazette, 18th of September. The escaped wolf, perilous adventure of our interviewer. Interview with the keeper in the zoological gardens. There's a little bug on my mic. Hold on. Little bug on my mic. Please hold still. I'll crush you. Oh, that worked. Gross. dead. It was a little bug crawling in front of me, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's gotta die." The bug wanted a few words. Well, too bad. It wasn't loud enough. Interview with the keeper in the zoological gardens. After many inquiries and almost as many refusals, and perpetually using the word Pall Mall Gazette as a sort of talisman, I managed to find the keeper of the section of the zoological gardens in which the wolf department is included. Thomas Builder lives in one of the cottages in the enclosure behind the elephant house, and was just sitting down to his tea when I found him. Thomas and his wife are hospitable folk, elderly and without children, and if the specimen I enjoyed of their hospitality be of the average kind, their lives must be pretty comfortable. The keeper would not enter on what he called business until the supper was over and we were all satisfied. Then, when the table was cleared and he had lit his pipe, he said, "Now, sir, you can go on and ask me what you want. You'll excuse me for refusing to talk professional subjects after before You'll excuse me refusing to talk of professional subjects afore meals. I give the wolves and the jackals and the hyenas in all our section their tea afore I begin to ask them questions." "How do you mean ask them questions?" I queried, wishful to get him into a talkative humor. "It's of them over the 'ead with a pole is one way, scratching of their ears is another. When gents as is flesh wants a bit of a show or to the gals, wants a bit of a show orf to their gals. I don't so much mind the fust, the hittin' with a pole afore I chucks in their dinner, but I waits till they've 'ad their sherry and coffee, so to speak, afore I tries on with the ear scratchin'. Mind you," he added philosophically, "there's a deal of the same nature in us as in them theer animals. Here's you a comin' and arskin' me questions about my business, and I that grumpy like that only for you bloomin' 1/2 quid I'd a seen you blowed fust for I'd answered. Not even when you asked me sarcastic like if I'd like to ask you the superintendent if you might ask me questions. Without offense, did I tell yer to go to L? You did. And when you said you'd report me for using of obscene language that was hitting me over the head, but the 1/2 quid made that all right. I weren't a going to fight, so I waited for the food and did with my owl as the wolves and the lions and tigers does. But Lord love your art, now that the old ooman has stuck a chunk of her tea cake in me and rinsed me out with her bloomin' old teapot and I've lit up, you may scratch my ears for all you're worth, and won't get even a growl out of me. Drive along with your questions. I know what you're a comin' at. That ear escaped wolf. Exactly. I want you to give me your view of it. Just tell me how it happened, and when I know the facts, I'll get you to say what you consider was the cause of it and how you think the whole affair will end. All right, governor. This ear is about the old story. That ear wolf was we called Bersicker. I just want to say Berserker, but it says Bersicker. Was one of the 3 gray ones that came from Norway to Jamrocks, which we brought him of, which we bought off him 4 years ago. He was nice, well-behaved wolf that never gave no trouble to talk of. I'm more surprised at him for wanting to get out nor any other animal in the place. But there, you can't trust wolves no more nor women. All right then. Don't you mind him, sir, broke in Mrs. Tom, with a cheery laugh. He's got minded the animals so long that blessed if he ain't like a old wolf hisself. But there ain't no harm in him. Well, sir, it was about 2 hours after feeding yesterday when I first hear my disturbance. I was making up a litter in the monkey house for a young puma which is ill. But when I heard the yelping and owling, I came away straight. There was Berserker, a tearing like a mad thing at the bars, as if he wanted to get out. There wasn't much people about that day, and close at hand was only one man, a tall, thin chap with a hook nose and a pointed beard, with a few white hairs run through it. He had a hard look. He had a hard, cold look and red eyes, and I took a sort of mislike to him, for it seemed as if it was him as they was irritated at. He had white kid's gloves on his hands, and he pointed out the animals to me and says, "Keeper, these wolves seem upset at something." "Maybe it's you," say I, for I did not like the airs as he gave himself. He didn't get angry, as I hoped he would, but he smiled a kind of insolent smile with a mouthful of white, sharp teeth. Oh no, they wouldn't like me, he says. Oh, yes, they would, says I imitating of him. They always like a bone or two to clean their teeth on about tea time, which you as a bagful. Well, it was a odd thing, but when the animals sees us a talkin', they lay down, and when I went over to Bersicker, he let me stroke his ears, same as ever. That there man came over, and blessed, but if he didn't put it in his hand and stroke the old wolf's ears too. Take care, says I. Bersicker is quick. Never mind, he says. I'm used to him. Are you in the business yourself? I says, taking off my hat, for a man who trades in wolves, etc., is a good friend to keepers. No, says he, not exactly in the business, but I have made pets of several, and with that he lifts his hat as perlite as the Lord and walks away. Old Berserker keep a looking arter until arter him till he was out of sight, and then went and lay down in a corner. I wouldn't come home out the whole evening. Well, last night, so soon as the moon was up, the wolves here all began a owling. There warn't nothing for them to owl at. There warn't no one near. There warn't no one near except someone that was evidently a callin' a dog somewheres out back of the gardings of the park road. Once or twice I went out to see that all was right, and it was, and then the owling stopped. Just before 12 o'clock, I just took a look around before turning in and it busted me. But when I came opposite to old Berserker's cage, I see the rails broken and twisted about and the cage empty, and that's all I know for certain. Did anyone else see anything? One of our gardeners was a comin' home about that time for Harmony when he sees a big gray dog comin' out through the garden edges. At least so he says. But I don't give much for it myself, for if he did, he never said a word about it to his missus when he got home, and it was only after the escape of the wolf was made known, and we had been up all night a hunting of the park for Bersicker, that he remembered seeing anything. My own belief was that the armory had got into his head. Now, Mr. Balder, can you account in any way for the escape of the wolf? Well, sir, he said, with a suspicious sort of modesty, I think I can, but I don't know as how you'd be satisfied with the theory. Certainly I shall. If a man like you, who knows the animals from experience, can't hazard a good guess at any rate, who is even to try? Well then, sir, I accounts for it this way. It seems to me that Wolf escaped, simply because he wanted to get out. From the hearty way that both Thomas and his wife laughed at the joke, I could see that it had done service before, and the whole explanation was simply an elaborate sell. I couldn't cope in badinage with the worthy Thomas, but I thought I knew a surer way to his heart, so I said, now, Mr. Builder, we'll consider that first half sovereign worked off, and this brother of his is waiting to be claimed when you've told me what you think will happen. Right you are, sir, he said briskly. You'll excuse me, I know for a chaffin' of you, but the old woman here winked at me, which was as much as telling me to go on. Well, I never, said the old lady. My opinion is this, that Wolf is a hidin' of somewheres. The gardener what didn't remember said he was a gallopin' northward faster than a horse could go. But I don't believe him, for yer see, sirs, wolves don't gallop no more nor dogs does. They not bein' built that way. Wolves is fine things in a storybook, and I just say, when they gets in packs and does be chivvying something that's more afeard than they can make a devil of a noise and chop it up, whatever it is. Lord bless you, in real life, a wolf is only a low creature, not half so clever or bold as a good dog, and not half a quarter so much fight in him. This one ain't been used to fightin' or even to providin' for hisself, and more like he's somewhere round the park a hidin' and shiverin' of, and if he thinks of at all, wonderin' where he is to get his breakfast from, or maybe he's gone down some area and is in a coal cellar. My eye won't my eye. Won't some cook get a rum start when he sees his green eyes a shining at her out of the dark? If he can't get food, he's bound to look for it, and mayhap he may chance to light on a butcher shop in time. If he doesn't, and some nursemaid goes a walking, or with a soldier, leaving of the hinfant in the perambulator, well, then, I shouldn't be surprised if the census is one baby the less. That's all. I was handing him the half sovereign when something came bobbing up against the window, and Mr. Builder's face doubled its natural strength with surprise. God bless me, he said, if there ain't old Berserker come back by hisself. He went to the door and opened it, a most unnecessary proceeding it seemed to me. I have always thought that a wild animal never looks so well as when some obstacle of pronounced durability is between us. A personal experience has intensified rather than diminished that idea. After all, however, there is nothing like custom, for neither Builder nor his wife thought any more of the wolf than I should of a dog. The animal itself was as peaceful and well behaved as that father of all picture wolves, Red Riding Hood's quondam friend, who whilst moving her confidence in masquerade. The whole scene was an unutterable mixture of comedy and pathos. The wicked wolf that for half a day had paralyzed London and set all the children in the town shivering in their shoes was there in a sort of penitent mood and was received and petted like a sort of vulpine prodigal son. Old Builder examined him all over with the most tender solicitude, and when he finished with his penitence said, "There, knew this poor old chap would get in some kind of trouble. Didn't I say it all along? Here's his head all cut and full of broken glass. He's been again over some bloomin' wall or other. It's a shime that people are allowed to top their walls with broken bottles. This 'ere's what's come of it. Come along, Bersicker." He took the wolf and locked him up in a cage with a piece of meat that satisfied, in quantity at any rate, the elementary conditions of the fatted calf, and went off to report. I came off too to report the only exclusive information that is given today regarding the strange escapade at the zoo. Dr. Seward's diary. For a second, I forgot I was reading Dracula. I was like, what the fuck? But of course, we know why that wolf got away. Dr. Seward's diary, 17th of September. I was engaged after dinner in my study, posting up my books, which through the press of other work and the many visits to Lucy had fallen sadly into arrears. Suddenly, the door was burst open, and in rushed my patient, with his face distorted with passion. I was thunderstruck, for such a thing as a patient getting of his own accord into the superintendent's study is almost unknown. Without an instant's pause, he made straight at me. He had a dinner knife in his hand, and as I saw, he was dangerous. He tried to keep the I tried to keep the table between us. He was too quick and too strong for me, however, for before I could get my balance, he had struck at me and cut my left wrist rather severely. Before he could strike again, however, I got in my right, and he was sprawling on his back on the floor. My wrist bled freely, and quite a little pool trickled onto the carpet. I saw that my friend was not intent on further effort, and occupied myself binding up my wrist, keeping a wary eye on the prostrate figure all the time. When the attendants rushed in and we turned our attention to him, his employment positively sickened me. He was lying on his belly on the floor, licking up like a dog the blood which had fallen from my wounded wrist. He was easily secured, and to my surprise, went with the attendants quite placidly, simply repeating over and over again, "The blood is the life. The blood is the life. The blood is the life." Okay, I had heard this quote mentioned before in like fanfics, and I was like, what do you mean? Now I see, okay, this is where the part where it was. I thought it came up earlier. I cannot afford to lose blood just at present. I have lost too much of late for my physical good, and then the prolonged strain of Lucy's illness and its horrible phases is telling on me. I am overexcited and weary. I need rest, rest, rest. Happily, Van Helsing has not summoned me, so I need not forgo my sleep tonight. Tonight I could not well do without it. Telegram, Van Helsing, Antwerp, to Seward, Carfax. Sent to Carfax, Sussex, as no county given, delivered late by 22 hours. It was late. 17th September. Do not fail to be at Hillingham tonight. If not watching all the time frequently, visit and see that flowers are at as placed. Very important. Do not fail. Shall be with you as soon as possible after arrival. Oh shit. So he didn't get that message in time. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, that's Darling's birthday, by the way, September 17th. Shit has hit the fan. Dr. Seward's diary, 18th September. Just off the train for London. The arrival of Van Helsing's telegram filled me with dismay. A whole night lost. I know by bitter experience what may happen in a night. Of course, it is possible that all may be well, but what may have happened? Surely there is some horrible doom hanging over us that every possible accident should thwart us in all we try to do. I shall take this cylinder with me, and then I can complete my entry on Lucy's phonograph. Memorandum left by Lucy Westenra. Memorandum left by Lucy Westenra. Memorandum. I don't like that. Does that not hint at something went wrong? 17th September night. I write this and leave it to be seen so that no one may be I write this and leave it to be seen so that no one may by any chance get into trouble through me. This is an exact record of what took place tonight. I feel I am dying of weakness and have barely strength to write, but it must be done if I die in the doing. I went to bed as usual, taking care that the flowers were placed as Dr. Van Helsing directed, and soon fell asleep. I was waked by the flapping at the window, which had begun after the sleepwalking on the cliff at Whitby when Mina saved me, and which now I know so well. I was not afraid, but I did wish that Dr. Seward was in the next room, as Dr. Van Helsing said he would not be, so that I might have called him. I tried to go to sleep, but could not. Then there came to me the old fear of sleep, and I determined to keep awake. Perversely, sleep would try to come then, when I did not want it. So, as I feared to be alone, I opened my door and called out, "Is there anybody there?" There was no answer. I was afraid to wake mother, and so closed my door again. Then, outside in the shrubbery, I heard a sort of howl like a dog's, but more fierce and deeper. I went to the window and looked out, but could see nothing except a big bat, which had evidently been buffeting its wings against the window. So I went back to bed again, but determined not to go to sleep. Presently the door opened, and mother looked in, seeing by my moving that I was not asleep, came in and sat by me. She said to me, even more sweetly and softly than her wont, "I was uneasy about you, darling, and came in to see that you were all right." There's a picture of it looks like a window, but it kind of looks like maybe there's glass on the floor, or like it's open. It's been blown open, or like there's rain, something. Ooh, get the ponita. I feared she might catch cold sitting there and asked her to come in and sleep with me, so she came into bed and lay down beside me. She did not take off her dressing gown, for she said she would only stay a while and then go back to her own bed. As she lay there in my arms and I in hers, the flapping and buffeting came to the window again. She was startled and a little frightened and cried out, "What is that?" I tried to pacify her and at last succeeded, and she lay quiet. But I could hear her poor dear heart still beating terribly. After a while, there was the low howl again out in the shrubbery, and shortly after, there was a crash at the window, and a lot of broken glass was hurled on the floor. Oh, so in the last picture, that was broken glass. The window blind blew back with the wind that rushed in, and in the aperture of the broken panes, there was the head of a great, gaunt, gray wolf. Mother cried out in fright and struggled up into a sitting posture and clutched wildly at anything that would help her. Amongst other things, she clutched the wreath of flowers that Dr. Van Helsing insisted on my wearing around my neck and tore it away from me. For a second or two, she sat up, pointing at the wolf, and there was a strange and horrible gurgling in her throat. Then she fell over, as if struck with lightning, and her head hit my forehead and made me dizzy for a moment or two. The room and all around seemed to spin around. I kept my eyes fixed on the window, but the wolf drew his head back, and a whole myriad of little specks seemed to come blowing through the broken window and wheeling and circling around like the pillar of dust that travelers describe when there is a simum in the desert. I tried to stir, but there was some spell upon me. And dear mother's poor body, which seemed to grow cold already, for her dear heart had ceased to beat, weighed me down, and I remembered no more for a while. The time did not seem long, but very, very awful, till I recovered conscious again. Somewhere near, a passing bell was tolling. The dogs all around the neighborhood were howling, and in our shrubbery, seemingly just outside, a nightingale was singing. I was dazed and stupid with pain and terror and weakness, but the sound of the nightingale seemed like the voice of my dead mother back to comfort me. The sound seemed to have wakened the maids too, for I could hear their bare feet pattering outside my door. I called to them, and they came in, and when they saw what had happened and what it was that lay over me on the bed, they screamed out. The wind rushed in through the broken window, and the door slammed to. They lifted off the body of my dear mother and laid her, covered up with a sheet, on the bed after I had got up. They were all so frightened and nervous that I directed them to go to the dining room and have each a glass of wine. The door flew open for an instant and closed again. The maid shrieked and then went in a body to the dining room, and I laid what flowers I had on my dear mother's breast. When they were there, I remembered what Dr. Van Helsing had told me, but I didn't like to remove them, and besides, I would have some of the servants to sit up with me now. I was surprised that the maids did not come back. I called them, but got no answer, so I went to the dining room to look for them. My heart sank when I saw what had happened. They all four lay helpless on the floor, breathing heavily. The decanter of sherry was on the table, half full, but there was a queer, acrid smell about. I was suspicious and examined I was suspicious and examined the decanter. It smelt of laudanum, and looking on the other sideboard, I found that the bottle which Mother's doctor uses for her, did use, was empty. What am I to do? What am I to do? I am back in the room with my mother. I cannot leave her, and I am alone, save for the sleeping servants whom someone has drugged. Alone with the dead. I dare not go out, for I can hear the low howl of the wolf through the broken window. The air seems full of specks floating and circling in the draught from the window, and the lights burn blue and dim. What am I to do? God, shield me from harm this night. I shall hide this paper in my breast, where they shall find it when they come to lay me out. My dear mother gone. It is time that I go too. Goodbye, dear Arthur. If I should not survive this night, God keep you, dear, and God help me. Well, fuck. And that is where we stop, because this is now chapter 12. And it is after 1, and the ads are about to go. I'm so sorry that the ads are about to go right as I finish. Jesus. I made it just in time. I love the no, it's 1. Okay. Since the ads are going. Shit, I almost dropped something off my desk. I'm actually tired now. I am low key. Like, should I get water? I think I'm gonna have to. Hopefully, I don't wake up my dad. And Shadow's getting comfy under. So I'll be back as quick as I can. Boy, thank you for waiting. Hold on. Let me grab something. Okay, perfect. I did actually get water. And I didn't wake anyone. Perfect. And now, Eli, you can enjoy wrecking my voice even more later. Welcome back from the ad starlings. Unfortunately, it is after 1, and we just finished the end of the chapter. So we are gonna end for tonight. Let me see. Let me see who's live right now. Ah, okay. So there's really only, it looks like 2 people that I know that are live. Although, why does it not show one of them being live when they are? Oh, okay, never mind. I guess she ended. Alright. Yes, thank you for putting the raid message, Teddy Bear. I'm gonna start calling both of you darling now at this point. No, I gotta come up with something else. Dearest. I'll call you dearest. That way you guys know which one I'm talking to. There we go. Also, by the way, we have to add another dirty for that joke that I sold. Lucky number 13. Woo! All for the first stream. But yeah, thank you all for keeping me company tonight, starlings. I like doing this. I think we're gonna make this a normal thing where Sundays we will end with a story of some sort. I'm gonna try to do a little bit more streams, but they might be shorter, so we'll see. We'll see if I end up doing like Tuesday and Thursday, but shorter stream nights. Some of those might be reading, some of those might be just more foolish mortals. We'll see. When darling stand by me, stand by me. Yep. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I might have to keep the schedule of just Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I know yesterday I didn't stream, but uh I wasn't feeling it yesterday. I just wasn't feeling like chatty enough. But yeah, we are gonna go join the Goon Squad starlings. Misbehave for them. They love it. Thank you all for keeping me company. I love y'all. Mwah! Bye. Also, I love you to my spouses. Mwah!